Hello, friends. Welcome to Coding Garden. Welcome to Web Security Wednesdays, where I'm going to be learning to hack with Hack the Box. This is a live stream, so we're going to be in the waiting room for a while. So if you're watching this when this isn't live, check the description. You can skip ahead to the main content. In the meantime, we're going to hang out in the waiting room, and I'll see you soon. Hello, friends. Welcome to Coding Garden. Welcome to Web Security Wednesdays, where I'm going to be learning to hack. So the plan for today is to go through some of the tutorials on Hack the Box. I'll also show you how to get set up, how I got set up, and how you can get set up if you want to do the same thing. Because there are some prior things you need to know or would be good to know before you start trying to work with Hack the Box. So that's the plan. Welcome in, everyone. My laptop isn't plugged. We're off to a great start. It's a great start. How about now? There we go. There we go. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, I know what I'm doing. I've watched Mr. Robot. I listened to Darknet Diaries. I can figure out how to hack. I could not figure out how to hack. I did the basic tutorial, and then tried to go for one of the machines that isn't the tutorial, and I had no idea what I was doing. So we're gonna start with the basics. First with this virtual machine that apparently just stopped working. Oh, it's just massive. Okay, let me fix this. Oh man, I've messed everything up. All right, I think I just have to kill my virtual machine. We're off to a great start, but welcome in, everyone. Oh yeah, no, we're hopefully once I get my virtual machine running, we're just gonna jump right into it. I wanted to get everything set up um, before, so we didn't spend a bunch of time like deciding, oh, what are we gonna use and everything else. We spend way too much time doing that here on stream. Um, but we will talk about virtual machines, hacking operating systems, and we're going to touch on Kali and Parrot OS. So I chose Parrot OS because that is what is used and sort of recommended by Hack the Box. It seems pretty cool. Seems fine. I have like a tiny bit of experience in like learning to hack. And so I know about like Kali Linux and stuff like that. So initially I installed Kali Linux, and then once I started learning about Hack the Box, I got Parrot OS. Um, are you booing my Parrot OS decision? Um, man, this is so unfortunate. Okay. Um, you can do native macOS hacking. You absolutely can, but I think one of the things about hacking is like you want to make sure there's a separation between like your personal machines and the machine that's doing the hacking. And so a virtual machine is one way to do that. You also could just have a dedicated machine that you do hacking with, but a lot of the hacking tools are built and meant for Linux. Um, and you can get some of them running on Mac OS, but you probably want to use a hacking distribution like Parrot OS or Kali OS. Well, no, that's the thing, Vulture Bike, is when I first was learning about this stuff, I used Backtrack. And it was a few years ago, I was like, oh, I'm gonna try to do some stuff again. And I went searching for Backtrack and I couldn't find it. But Backtrack is now Kali Linux. Um, so that's a thing. All right, I guess I'll just show you what I'm doing and kind of like, because I don't know, we got to get into this. But first of all, I'm using a virtual machine. As you can see, it's like really, all the stuff is really big. I need to fix the UI. But let's talk about what a virtual machine is and which virtualizer I am using. So a virtual machine is essentially a computer running inside of your computer. It's software that can virtualize all of the hardware that an operating system needs to run. So basically, like the example that they're showing on their homepage here is they have Windows XP like running inside of an application that's running on a Mac. And it emulates hard drives, it emulates network drives, displays. It emulates everything that a computer needs. And so Windows XP here doesn't actually know that it's running virtually to the operating system itself. It just thinks it's running on hardware. And so this is the first step in hacking, is getting a virtual machine going. You don't have to do this. Like I said, you could have a dedicated machine, but if you want to start to learn to hack on your computer, a virtual machine is a good place to start. There are a lot of options. VirtualBox is a free one. However, they do not support macOS ARM with ARM processors, the newer Mac. So I have an M1 Mac. Technically, they have a dev build. If you look at builds, you go to 7.0.8 technically has a developer preview. I tried this morning. Everything was super slow. I couldn't get it working. So what I found is this piece of software called UTM. And this is virtualization software specifically built for M1 Macs. It's really fast, it's free, and so this is what I'm using. But if you're on Windows, VirtualBox would be totally fine. I think Hyper-V is a Windows thing. I believe if you are already running, I guess, Windows Subsystem for Linux, you probably would want to use... you could probably find an appliance for like Parrot OS or Kali OS or Windows Subsystem for Linux or something like that. But yeah. Installing Kali Linux caused your antivirus to go off. Yeah, that'll happen. Yeah. I'm not sure, Fob. It could be, so that capture card that I'm using is the PCI one. If you look on my my gear website, I am using this capture card, which is plugged directly into the motherboard, not the USB one. So I don't know if it has a different, like, not connected screen or something like that. Yeah. Yeah, and then VMware, I guess VMware Player, I think, is free. So yeah, you could look at VMware. There's a lot of different options. Specifically, I'm on an M1 Mac, so I'm going to use UTM. And right now, I ran into this issue. I think what I need to do is I need to disable, in my settings here, I need to disable display automatically resizing, because I had that enabled and now everything was just like broken. Yeah. You probably could use Docker. I don't. Why would I not use Docker for this? Docker isn't technically fully emulating a system. Man, I think there's got to be. Oh, man, this was working before stream. This command, but I don't know. It's in the chat. Somebody tell me why would we not use Docker for hacking, for pen testing? I guess I could just go to displays for system settings, right? Control center. Displays. I can't see the apply button. Okay, this is better. Okay, keep this. And then, I think I can enable auto sizing now. Maybe if I kill it. Or did anybody mention why we shouldn't use a Docker container for hacking? I would not use Docker for this. Yeah, I wouldn't either, but I don't know a good reason why not. Yeah, I guess that's true. Being super zoomed in is much more friendly for everyone. Okay, here's my hope in what we can do. We can run, first of all, we can resize it here and then instantly run this. But it's way too zoomed in. Oh, you know what I need to do? Okay, I think I have it. Once I've changed the display size, then I have to go into Mate Tweak, disable display scaling. Okay, so now I can see things. Now we go into Mate Tweak. Don't use HTTPI. There we go. There we go. And then we'll, wait, where did it go? Okay, this is better. Okay, better. And then now that we have this sizing, now we'll enable HTTPI. It's too big. Why is it so big? I guess regular is fine now. All right, that's gonna have to do it. That's gonna have to do it. I've wasted 20 minutes just figuring all of this out. Okay. Yeah, so let me catch up on the chat and then we'll say hi to everyone, we'll take a step back, talk about what I'm doing, and then we'll jump in. Okay. Orb stack on Orm. I haven't heard of Orb stack. I guess that's another virtualizer. Docker just hosts apps, whereas VM encapsulates the entire operating system. Less chance of vulnerability hitting the host system. Yeah, I mean, there are exploits where if code is running inside of a Docker container, it can escape to the host. That is a possibility. I think I think there have been vulnerabilities in virtualization software where you can escape to the host as well. Why does this keep resizing? Okay. VMware and VirtualBox are mostly recommended because you can easily set up your playground with DC and all. Yeah. A2 and mod said, I've used Docker for pen testing and it works fine. Just needs to be configured properly and then works like a charm. Okay. Nice. Welcome in, everyone. Good to see you. My cup is blue. I have a blue screen instead of a green screen, which is what allows me to have a green chair, because this is the coding garden. Loaded Knickknack says, Docker containers provide a level of isolation. Container breakouts or vulnerabilities and container runtimes can potentially compromise the host system. Yeah. All right, let's do my best to explain. First of all, welcome in, everyone. Good to see you. I appreciate you all for showing up early for Web Security Wednesdays. The plan is once we talk about everything I've learned so far and everything that I've set up, we're going to jump into Hack the Box. So Hack the Box is an online service you can they give you vulnerable machines that you can attempt to hack. We are going to just be doing for now the starting point, which teaches us the basic tools we'll need for hacking, things like Nmap, which lets you scan for open ports, things like protocols like FTP and telnet and HTTP, and just knowing what those various protocols are, knowing how to use a terminal, knowing things about like default credentials and stuff like that. So like the basics of hacking, we will learn today through their starting point. I don't think I'm going to be ready for machines. So machines are completely unguided. These are just vulnerable machines that have various vulnerabilities on them. And it is your goal to hack them and get specific flags. We'll talk about what flags are as well, but essentially in hacking games, it's like you get access to a system as a specific kind of user, and then there's like a file in some directory, and then it's a specific random number of random assortment of letters and characters, and that's the flag that you were looking for. And once you found it, you have captured that flag. You've hacked that box or completed that specific task. So all of these under machines are completely unguided. They are just once you connect to them, or once you get on the same network as them, it'll give you an IP address of the machine, and then you can start figuring things out and trying to hack it. But we're not going to do that yet. I tried to do that this morning, and I don't know enough. I know a little, but I don't know enough to be able to get into some of these machines. So that's the plan. But I am going to walk you through how I got set up on my Mac with UTM. I'll talk about what a virtual machine is, and then we'll get hacking. Does that sound good, everyone? We got a rough start. We had a rough start, but we're gonna get into it. Yeah, Command F the file system for flag. Yeah. The hope is that we do something security related every Wednesday. Yeah. For now, we're only gonna do Hack the Box. Sounds great. Awesome. Glad to hear it. I guess the other thing I'll mention is there are other places where you can learn to hack. So Try Hack Me is another popular one. I started this one, but Hack the Box looks cooler, and it doesn't default to you using like a virtual machine in the web browser. It's like, hey, connect to this VPN. Whereas Try Hack Me is a little more hand-holdy. Like once you go through their tutorial, you literally click a button and it launches a virtual machine in the cloud that you can access in your web browser. It's a little more hand-holdy. So we're gonna go the slightly harder route. Yeah, so I mean, usually I do full stack web development. So we build front end stuff, back end stuff, talk about how to write software, how to solve algorithmic problems, that kind of thing. But let's attempt to draw you a picture. So think this should be fine. This should be fine. We're going to be talking about VMs, which stands for virtual machine. And let's actually start with like what's the difference between a VM and a container. Because that's what a lot of people. Yeah, we're using pen and paper. I have a tablet thingy we could be using, but we're gonna keep it old school for now. So a container and containerization technology, the one that you're probably most popular with, probably most familiar with. Oh yeah, the mic is bad on this scene. Oh man. Okay, give me a second. If it ain't. Test. How about now? Is it any better now? Check 1 2. Better? Sounds good. All right. I appreciate everyone for sticking around through the technical difficulties. Okay, but let's first talk about what a container is and what containerization software is doing. So again, you're probably familiar with Docker, and so let's think about it like this. We have our computer. This is it. It's whether it's a Windows, Mac, doesn't matter. We have the computer running, and then we have Docker running on that machine, and it's literally just an application running on the machine. So Docker is an app running on the PC, and essentially what it does is it shares the system resources. Like Docker does not emulate a new hard drive, doesn't emulate a display. Your containers are sharing all of the same stuff that your host operating system has. And basically what it does is it takes the parts of the operating system, like the kernel and other aspects of it, and it's all shared between the instances. But you can have multiple containers all running here, but they're sharing the underlying operating system pieces. That's a really rough estimation of it, and I probably used some wrong words in there. But I think the key point of Docker here is sharing system files, and it is not emulating hardware. Essentially, any container is directly running on the same computer, and that is actually running, if that makes sense. But that is Docker. It's not emulating hardware. I think this is the key point here, is that it is not emulating hardware, and for certain applications, this is a good thing. Like, this is why we see this used a lot in development ecosystems, like being able to spin up the configuration for a machine very quickly and like not have to emulate hardware is a good thing. So that is what Docker is, which is in contrast to a virtual machine. And so let's say we have our PC here. You will have some kind of hypervisor. And a hypervisor is an app that is running on the computer. And so in our case, we have our hypervisor running. Ours is called UTM. And so this is an actual application running on the on the computer alongside all of your other applications, but the hypervisor emulates hardware. So the hypervisor is literally creating a virtual hard drive. It's creating a virtual display, a virtual disk drive. All of the hardware aspects that your main computer needs to run, all of that is being emulated. So it even emulates memory. It emulates CPUs. It emulates hard disks. All of the physical things that an operating system needs access to run, the hypervisor will actually emulate those things. And so when you're running a virtual machine inside of the hypervisor, when it is asking for all of these various resources, like the hard drive and the memory, etc., the hypervisor is providing it emulated versions of that. So it doesn't have physical hardware. It's just getting emulated versions of that. And it needs a lot more resources. Like Smithshaw is saying, basically you probably need a lot of RAM because you're going to be setting aside some RAM for any of your running virtual machines. And you need quite a bit of hard disk space because you're creating a separate hard drive for that virtual machine that is running. This also has like some security implications because whatever is running, it's like, let's say you now run an app inside of the VM. If it tries to like access the hard drive or whatever else, it's only accessing the emulated hard drive. It cannot, for the most part, it cannot get access to the physical hard drive that's running on the PC. The VM does not have access to that. Or any of the other things. Like anything running inside the VM, when it tries to access physical hardware, it's just getting access to that emulated stuff. So you kind of have this secure barrier between the machine running and your actual physical machine. And Mooley, thank you for the resub. Can you run a VM inside a container as an OS application by itself? So are you saying you want to run a virtual machine on one of these containers? I don't know if you could do that. You probably could, but I think you can have virtual machine inception where you have a let's say we potentially have like UTM running inside of here. This might be possible. It's probably, if you really want to do it, it's probably harder to set up because UTM expects that it's going to be running on like physical, in this case, physical Apple hardware. But this is what a virtual machine is. And what's nice about this is these VMs, there's this concept of appliances where someone will provide an entire operating system ready to go as a file that you can just open up on your computer. Let me fix my blue screen. It's a little off. That did it. And so these appliances there's lots of them. There's some that are running like Ubuntu. In our case, we're going to be using Parrot OS, which is an operating system that specifically is for hacking. But you can literally download like a multi-gigabyte file onto your computer, start it up with your hypervisor software, and you instantly just have a machine ready, set up to go. It has the hard drive already provisioned. The operating system has already been installed and everything. You're good to go. And so that's one of the nice things about this, especially for doing hacking, is you can have an appliance that's ready to go and set up for hacking. But if anything potentially ever goes wrong, you can just shut the machine down and then just start again from scratch if you really need to, because you have that base machine to work with. Smap says you can certainly have. Wait, let me catch up on the chat. I think I missed some of the chats here. You can certainly have an Android VM inside a VM, as I've done that on Windows. Yeah, there's actually some software, I think it's called like BlueStacks. People emulate Android on Windows so that they can play like Android games and stuff like that. And Bloated Knickknack is asking, isn't the VM hard drive just a folder on the host system? How is that not a vector for attack? I don't know if it's just a folder. I think the whole thing is emulated. I'll show you at least what I'm working with, where essentially the entire hard drive thingy is literally just a file on the machine. And anytime the system is running, it's just writing to that file, which is basically like to the operating system, it's a hard drive. It's writing to a hard drive, but as it's stored on the computer that it's running on, it's just a file. Yeah. The thumbnail should be updated on YouTube, but I will update the today command. Yeah. But this is what a virtual machine is, and that is what we are using. So let me show you how I got all this set up. Like I mentioned, the virtual machine hypervisor that we're using is called UTM because I'm on an ARM M1 Mac, and this is what I need to use here. And then the operating system we're using is called Parrot OS or Parrot Security. And if you go to their download page, they have a lot of different options for downloading. You could get the Home Edition, which is like a secure operating system. You could literally install this directly on your laptop. They have an ISO file. So ISO is a file format that is like a CD or a DVD image that you can use as installation media. You can sometimes put it on a USB drive. You could even burn it to a DVD if you really wanted to, and then install it on a computer. But you'll notice they also offer other downloads. So they have a VirtualBox download and a UTM download. So I did the UTM download of the Security Edition. So I went here, I did UTM. That gave me a zip file. I unzipped it, and then I opened that file with UTM, and that gives me Parrot OS just running on my machine. And so this is actually I'm afraid to move the window around because it's going to do the weird resizing thing. But this is Parrot OS running inside a virtual machine. Yeah, I can't resize this window. That's so unfortunate. Oh, goodness. The whole thing is I wanted to be able to have I wanted to be able to have it on the left-hand side like I have all my other stuff. There we go. Okay, we're back. Just don't resize the window. But this is a Linux operating system. It's Parrot OS running inside of UTM, and all of the hardware and everything has been virtualized. If you look at the settings here in UTM, it's given it 6 gigabytes of memory. So my machine has 16 gigs of RAM, but 6 gigabytes of RAM have been set aside for this virtual operating system. And right now its hard drive is like roughly 8 gigabytes. So UTM is the hypervisor that I'm using. It's a software for Mac that lets you run virtual machines. There's other software. And actually, let me write this all out as some general notes here. So we have our hypervisor, which is an app that runs on the host machine, virtualizes and emulates hardware for guest operating systems. Hypervisor. Oh, I did say hypervisor, didn't I? So specifically on a Mac, on an ARM M1 Mac, I'm using this thing called UTM. There's also VirtualBox, which is cross-platform. Like I said, they have a developer preview for ARM Macs, but I couldn't get it working. There's Hyper-V, which comes from Microsoft. There's VMware, and there's a few others. So you figure out which one works best for you, and then you could run that on your system. And then I guess to take a step back even further is the idea of an operating system. Commonly abbreviated as OS. Yeah, and I believe UTM is based on QEMU. VMware Player. What is their hypervisor called? They have some specific software. Yeah, but if you're not even familiar with the term operating system, this is literally the software that runs your computer. So I am on an M1 Mac, like I mentioned, and it's running Mac OS X. So that is my operating system. You might have heard of Windows. That's an operating system. You might have heard of Linux. Linux is a general term Not a general term. It is the kernel that is used by a lot of other distributions. And so one of the distributions you probably have heard of is Ubuntu. That's one of the most common Linux distributions. But Ubuntu is actually based on Debian. And then there's a bunch of other ones like Red Hat Linux. There's CentOS. Name your favorite Linux distribution. Oh yeah, there's Arch. Of course, there's Arch. I've never heard of Rocky Linux. SUSE, Slackware. Yeah, Linux Mint is another popular one. I think it is based off of Ubuntu. Knoppix. I remember Knoppix. I used to have a Knoppix live CD that I would use to fix computers when I worked at a help desk. BusyBox is a collection of tools that can be used on a Linux system. I think. I don't know if BusyBox technically is a Linux distro. Maybe it is. Yeah, Pop! OS is one that I've tried. Pop! OS comes from System 76. And I think their goals, I mean, along with Ubuntu and even like Linux Mint, more recently, their goals are to make a Linux distribution that is accessible and usable by non-technical people. Because for the longest time, you kind of had to be technical to even be able to use Linux. Yeah, Gentoo, for sure. Rocky is a replacement for CentOS. Never heard of it. It's pronounced Ubuntu? No way. FreeBSD, yep. And that's an interesting thing. Note though, is Mac OS is based on like a version of BSD or like a fork of BSD. That's why a lot of Linux tools can run on a Mac because it has the same base system. I feel like I'm using the wrong words. I don't know. Don't learn from me. Go learn from someone else. Yeah, I've seen John Hammond before. He's really good at teaching hacking stuff and all that. Yeah, and then specifically the ones that so we call these pen testing OSs. So they're Linux OSs, but they come pre-installed with pen testing software. And Kali Linux is one of the most popular ones. It's the one that I knew about. And then Parrot OS seems like it's a newer one, and that's the one that I'm using. Monero, yeah, I guess that's a Linux distribution. Yeah. Yeah, there's also Alpine Linux, which is like a bare Linux distribution that is used in a lot of serverless environments or when you're doing like creating VMs in the cloud and stuff like that. Yeah, Tails is this a security operating system. Well, a secure operating system that a lot of people that are trying to stay stealth will use. And Stoddy, thank you for the Prime. But I don't know a lot about Tails, but if I remember correctly, it's like a live operating system, meaning like it boots up and like doesn't save anything. So like anything you were doing when the operating system was running, like it doesn't get saved, and it's harder to analyze what was happening on a system when Tails was running. I could be wrong about that. Maybe there's other systems that do that. I don't think FreeBSD is the Linux kernel. It has like its own thing, but it is Unix based, and because of that, a lot of software will run on it that also runs on Linux. Yeah, so it's BSD, not Linux, but they are Unix based. Yeah. Yeah. Haven't heard of Nix. Oh yeah, real-time operating systems. I mean, is Tails a real-time operating system? I don't know if we want to get that deep into it, because when I think of real-time operating systems, I'm thinking of low-level hardware development, that kind of thing. Is that what you mean by real-time OSs? Yeah, exactly. I'm using pen and paper because we're pen testing. I didn't know that. I had never heard of Parrot OS. Maybe I guess it has been around a long time. Yeah, and then what's the difference between Fedora and Red Hat? Are they not the same? Who is a better teacher on cybersecurity? I actually don't know. You'll have to search the web for one. I think someone mentioned John Hammond. I I think he's pretty big on YouTube as well. Teaches a lot of hacking related things. So yeah. Cool. So there's yeah, Android I think is technically a Linux distribution or a Linux variant. There's a ton, but we specifically have chosen to use Parrot OS, and that is the operating system that is installed on the virtual hard drive running on the virtual machine that I have right here. So the operating system was installed, and then there's like this just virtual file that basically is containing the running operating system. So if I look in here, this UTM file has all of the information about this running operating system. That's where all of the settings and everything are saved. Because if I change any files or shut down the system, when I rerun it, it's going to have all of those changes saved. And so yeah. So Parrot, I do believe, is Debian based as well. Network Chuck, yeah. I've seen him on YouTube. Yeah. Fedora feeds Red Hat and is open source. Fedora is latest and greatest. Red Hat is more stable and supported. I see. So Red Hat is like enterprise Fedora. Cool. But all of that to say, when you're running a virtual machine, it is going to be running one of these operating systems. And in our case, we're using UTM, and we have a virtual machine that is running Parrot OS. Great. And I guess I'll show you some of the built-in stuff. Once you're in here, you can go into like pen testing, and this is just a bunch of really commonly used tools for penetration testing. And so let's define what penetration testing is. Because this is like the nice way of saying, I guess, hacking in a way. I guess pen testing is technically you're the good guy, right? I guess you could be the bad guy. I don't know. But we are scanning, analyzing, and assessing a computer system in order to identify things like vulnerabilities, misconfigurations, yeah. What else are we doing when we're pen testing? We want to find if we're running vulnerable versions of software. We want to find if we have something misconfigured, like with a default password or something like that. What else? Yeah, and I guess it's a good point to note that we're specifically doing network pen testing, or like network and computer pen testing. There's a physical form of pen testing, which literally tests the physical security of a place. So like tests like gates, locks, there's also things involved like social engineering, like tailgating. How do you spell tailgating? I guess, I don't know if that's somewhat of a form of social engineering, but let's say you're trying to get access to a secure location. You try to just walk in behind somebody as they walk in the door, when typically you would need like a key or a key card to get into the building. That's one form of like physical pen testing. And then also like literally like lock picking. There's other various things like this. But we're not talking about physical pen testing. We are talking about network and computer penetration testing. Which is trying to gain access to computers and via vulnerabilities or misconfigurations. So this is essentially what we're going to be doing and learning about when we're on Hack the Box. We're going to be learning about the various tools that are used for this. This is, I guess, kind of like the movie Hackers. The movie Hackers is like not very accurate. I think one of the nice things that Hackers, the movie, did was like an interesting visualization of like what's happening inside of a computer network. But that is very far from the truth and very far from like what is actually happening when people are hacking. Yeah, it's Hollywood realism, exactly. But an example of a really good show that shows you what hackers actually do is Mr. Robot. I don't know of any show that has come out since Mr. Robot that is as accurate to what hackers actually do. This show is amazing. Like you can pause when he's at a terminal or something like that, and he's actually using real tools. And when he's talking about security and various other things, he's talking about real things. They had a really good technical advisor for the whole show, and he uses Kali in the show. And in one episode, he uses the social engineering toolkit. And in one episode, he uses a Raspberry Pi that he like leaves inside a network to like control the HVAC system and stuff like that. Yeah, so Mr. Robot is great. It's great. Yeah, he uses like there's a lot of Python in the penetration testing and hacking world because it's easier to get started in terms of like writing scripts and stuff. Like I believe the social engineering toolkit is written with Python. Yeah. Wait, what were you saying? Yeah, but hackers has a lot of like techno babble. Like they're saying things that aren't real or whatever, but it is a fun visualization of like, oh, I'm in the network. It's never that exciting. Hacking is just this. We're just staring at a terminal. That's it. That's really all we're doing. Or we're just sitting here while some software is running. So there are some vulnerability scanning tools, vulnerability analysis. So there's things like, let's see. Trying to remember the one I've used before. Like for exploitation tools, there's a thing called Metasploit. It's a whole like exploitation framework. But then there's also like scanning tools, which you can just point it at a network. It'll scan for what machines are running on that network. It will then, each machine it finds, it will try to scan it and see, is it running vulnerable versions of software? And then if it is, you can then use something like Metasploit to try and exploit those things. Yeah. Yeah, well, is this the one where they're like, I have to build a GUI with Visual Basic to track his IP address? Is that the one from NCIS? Mr. Robot did an oopsie where they leaked the real person's phone number. Oh, that's unfortunate. Ruby is what Metasploit is written in. Nice. I haven't seen that one. I'm in. What's up, Stony Eagle? Yeah, Stony Eagle pen tested my my overlay to find a breakout. I think they figured out that you could use like a canvas or something like that, and then they were able to send a message in the Twitch chat that like appeared outside of their message window. Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna use Nmap today. Cool. So yeah, where are we at? We talked about virtual machines. We talked about operating systems, and then specifically, this is what we're going to be doing. There are different kinds of pen testing. I think you have things like red team, blue team. Let's get the Wikipedia definitions for these because I don't know if I can tell you off the top of my head. Like I think red team is offensive. Is there a purple team? And then blue team, I think is, yeah, okay, so I got that right. Blue is defensive security. So the idea with red teaming is a lot of times a company will either employ a security team or they will hire an external security team to test their network, to penetration test their network. A lot of times without the technical people working at that company, like the DevOps people, the system administrators, without them really even knowing that a penetration test might be happening. And so the red team actually acts like real world hackers. They go in knowing nothing about the system and try to figure out if they can get in and find vulnerabilities. And so this is the kind of hacking we're going to be learning about is How do we assess computer networks? How do we find vulnerabilities? How do we find things that are misconfigured? That kind of thing. Blue teaming is defensive security. So we're actively running tools and network scans to see if someone is trying to hack into us, or to see if we've been compromised, or to make sure that we're keeping all of our systems up to date and secure and not vulnerable, that kind of thing. Are there any other kinds of teams? And then there's also this idea of a white hat hacker and a black hat hacker. And so a white hat hacker is hacking, I guess, professionally, legally employed to hack. Black hat hacker has potentially malicious intentions. And then gray hat, I guess, is somewhere in the middle. Like a black hat was not hired. They are specifically trying to get into networks that they don't have access to, and they do not have the best of intentions. They're trying to get into a system, steal information, take down servers, those kinds of things. And then a white hat hacker is someone that's doing this penetration testing as like a red teamer. I don't do any kind of hacking, so I'm not anywhere here. I think right now, as I start to learn about it, I'm in the category of red team and white hat, because I'm not trying to get into any computer system that I don't legitimately have access to. That's the fun thing about Hack the Box and other services like this, is it's a nice way to practice and learn about all these tools, and you specifically are allowed to attempt to get into these systems that they have hosted for you. If you attempt to do this for systems that you haven't been given permission to, you can get in trouble for that. It varies on the laws of the country you live in and stuff like that. But there are laws in the United States, especially if you are attempting to gain unauthorized access to a computer system that you don't actually have access to, you can go to prison for that. And that's not what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to learn about how these things work and how hackers get in, so I can do it. First of all, just for my own knowledge of making sure that like my networks are secure, and stuff like that. And so yeah, so there's some other categories. People mentioned hacktivists, state-sponsored hackers, ethical hacking. Yeah, like there's a lot of different categories of hackers. Like state-sponsored are people literally employed by their government to hack other governments or do hacking within their country. Hacktivists specifically have like a goal in mind. Like they specifically are trying to maybe, so let's say they're an activist. Let's say they're an activist that doesn't like big oil. They want to bring down like a big oil company or something like that. They might have the intentions of doing black hat hacking to get into oil companies to bring them down or to reveal information about them or something like that. That's an example of a hacktivist. Yeah. So purple teaming is a thing? What is this? Is it somewhere in the middle? I guess that would be my guess, is you're both offensive and defensive. A group of professionals who simulate malicious attacks and pen testing in order to identify security vulnerabilities and recommend remediation strategies. Unlike traditional red team, which are usually separate entities, the purple team works in close coordination. I see. So they're both attacking and defending. Yeah, it's a combination of it. Like they're not. Yeah. Exactly. I'm a green hat hacker because this is the coding garden. A gray hat is somewhere in the middle. I guess it's harder to define, like, is it malicious? Like, is it, like, it's possible that, like, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think maybe a hacktivist could be considered gray hat, because at that point it comes down to, like, your morals and how you can even think about what that person is doing. Because for some people, they might be, they might be doing it and they're happy that they're doing it, but for other people, it's like the company that they're trying to hack into might be against it. I don't know. In my country, there are no laws. Prison is the most affordable housing. I mean, hey, yeah. Purple teaming is both nice. Is a written down statement from the property owner enough to not get into legal trouble with the law? As far as I know, yes. And so, where you can hear more about this and like hear like war stories and stuff like that is this podcast called Darknet Diaries. It is awesome. It's a really great podcast. And honestly, a lot of the things that I recently have learned about pen testing and the world of cybersecurity has just been from this podcast. Because Jack Resider, the host, will typically interview professional hackers, and they'll talk about the jobs that they've been on and the things that they've been done. And this is a pretty common theme, especially with people that are doing physical penetration testing. So people that have been hired to physically test, does a building or a company have good security? And in some of the stories on here, they talk about how they get caught and they basically have their get out of jail free card. They have a letter written from the head of security or a high ranking person in the company that says, this person was supposed to be here. And if you find them doing something bad, just call me. I'll let you know that they were supposed to be there. And so typically it is, but there have been some episodes where they talk about, well, they pull their get out of jail free card, and then the person that was on that listed in the phone number like didn't answer the phone, and the police didn't know what to do, so the police just arrest them. But yeah, okay, we have an ad right now, so we're gonna take a break while we're on ad break. Yeah. Oh, that's a good definition. We'll do this. I have to do something. Like mainly, I want to avoid pre-roll ads. So if I run 3 minutes of ads once per hour, no one gets pre-rolls for that whole hour. So did I see the SMTP CVE? No. Oh, you're right. Everyone's trying to burn the tree. Hey, it's still the first week of January. We can leave our Christmas tree up. Oh, thanks for that mention, Mick Hat. Because I haven't looked into any of that. My goal today is only do starting point. I haven't. Like I said, I tried doing the other one off stream. I don't know enough to get that going. But yeah, that's a good thing to mention. I'll look at their terms of service and everything to make sure I'm not doing anything that Hack the Box doesn't want me to do. Yeah. All right, breaks over. Yeah, and a quick note from Mick Hat, who works at Hack the Box. That's awesome. This is why I let you know you can reach out to me. Great. So don't stream active content. You can get banned for this. Cool. Good to know. My goal today is to only do starting point, which is this is like teaching you how to hack. It walks you through like what do you need to do, and also at least the first one that I did had a document describing what is Nmap, what is telnet, what's a virtual machine, and so that we're doing the learning track. I think what they were mentioning is you don't want to do this track because if it's actively going, people will potentially see how you're solving things, and then they could cheat basically because they do what you did. Yeah. Oh, I see. Okay, so I'm this whole site is new to me. You have active machines versus retired machines. And what I'm guessing is retired machines you are allowed to do live because they're no longer like you're no longer getting cred for or like points for hacking them. Are you still able to like host them? I guess you are. But yeah, correct me if I'm wrong, McCat. Is that accurate? You have your active versus retired. Yes, you can stream retired. Cool. And so that's probably what we'll do anyways. But yeah, thanks for being here, and thanks for bringing that up. Let me catch up on the chat, and then we'll get into it. I think one of the first things I'm going to start to explain after we're done with like what is hacking is like how do networks work, because one of the things we're going to need to do is use a VPN to connect to a network so that we have access to the machines that we are trying to hack. And so we'll talk about like what are local networks, what are public networks, that kind of thing. Yeah, and so Try Hack Me is something I looked at. Hack the Box just looked more fun and more hackery, so we're using that. But yeah, that podcast is awesome. Yeah, I think this is the other thing. None of this is legal advice, and then also like none of this is. You could consider it a tutorial. Obviously, I'm doing my best to explain things, but there are people that do a much better job of explaining this stuff and not rambling and talking to the Twitch chat while they do it. And they're professionals in the field, so you should probably learn from them. In this case, you're kind of just watching me and my learning process, because I know for some people it helps them to see how I learn things. Yeah. Oh yeah, did I see the SMTP CVE? No, I didn't see that one. And so CVE, we're gonna get into this, but this is the term that I don't know what it stands for. Vulnerability something? What does CVE stand for? But it's basically a vulnerability bulletin. Common vulnerabilities and exposures is what it stands for. And so anytime there is some vulnerability or exploit that has been found, and is a known exploit, it'll be published as a CVE. And this is how hackers of any kind, whether you're white hat, black hat, gray hat, hackers of any kind can go and figure out how can I get into vulnerable systems? Because when you think about it, like it's actually a lot to take on to trying to get into computer systems, especially if you know nothing about them. But the goal is if you find something running like old versions of software, which is typically like unpatched, that means it's a potential entry point into the system. And so hackers will use CVEs to figure out, all right, they're running this version of Nginx. Was it vulnerable? Okay, it was vulnerable. We can go look up the CVEs for it, and then we can use something like Metasploit to attempt to exploit those vulnerabilities. And so that's something we're going to be looking into as well. And then there's also this concept of a zero-day exploit, and these are unknown vulnerabilities. Known, documented, reported vulnerabilities. And in order to use a 0-day, you have to have access to that 0-day, which means you either developed it yourself in terms like you were doing like reverse engineering or something like that, or you purchased that 0-day on the dark web or something like that. All right, I need to catch up on chat, and then we'll get to hacking. Oh yeah, first of all, I need to update let me update my today command because it's out of date right now. Stuxnet used 4 0-day exploits. So Stuxnet is the security thing that happened with it was a refinery in the Middle East. What kind of refinery? Yeah, an uranium refinery. That whole saga is fascinating. I think Darknet Diaries did a whole series on Stuxnet, and I think there's even documentaries on Stuxnet. But the idea that that virus that was spreading was actually made its way over to the U.S., even though in other factories, even though it was meant for a specific kind of factory. Okay, give me a second. I need to update my commands. Also, the YouTube thumbnail should be updated. Somebody mentioned that earlier. Um, yeah, I think sometimes YouTube just displays like a cached thumbnail. It was reportedly developed by Israel. We thought it was developed by the US. I don't know. Yeah, there's a bunch of Darknet Diaries episodes that talk about um, the state level hacking done from Israel and a lot of the 0-day exploits that they use. Um, yeah. Okay. The today command should be updated. Um, we're learning to hack with Hack the Box. I'm using some software called UTM as my virtual machine hypervisor, and then we're using Parrot OS as the operating system. Yeah. Nice. Yeah, welcome in, Backpacker Hat. Good to see you. Um, how do networks network the network? We're going to talk about that. uh, hmm. Oh yeah, so I mean, there's a lot when it comes to because like there's a lot that I'm not mentioning here as well. Um, there's also the idea of bug bounties, and companies will pay hackers that find vulnerabilities. Um, and there's also, like was mentioning by CodeBrains, is this idea of responsible disclosure. So like, let's say you're a hacker that is trying to find vulnerabilities in software or in a company or something like that. You can look into that company's disclosure policy, because a lot of times, if you have found something that is unknown, then at that point it's a 0-day, and companies that have a program set up would like to know about it before you go writing a blog post about it or releasing it to the world. Because once you release it to the world, it's no longer a 0-day, but now people can use it to exploit systems, and the company hasn't actually had an opportunity to patch or fix those systems. Um, so yeah, so disclose found vulnerabilities to companies before publishing, and give companies time to fix or patch before publishing. Yeah, that's a thing as well. We are so far away from any of this. I mean, I would say like because I am a software engineer, like because I write software, I'm probably closer to being able to do things like reverse engineering or potentially finding 0-day exploits, just because I have that base of knowledge. But it's still not easy, and it still would require a lot of learning to do those kinds of things. So yeah. Yeah, uranium enrichment. Yeah, that's what the Stuxnet was targeting. if you're employed at a company, check with your manager or leadership that you can find vulnerabilities in any website, because some companies require you to disclose the vulnerabilities to the target company via your employer. I see. So if you're doing like bug bounties or bug or vulnerability searching on the side, you might actually have to report through your company. Yeah. What platform do I think is easier to hack? PHP, Java, C#, etc. I don't have a very informed opinion on this, but the thing is, PHP has been around for a very long time, and there's a lot of bad PHP code out there. So I would say the attack target, like your potential things you could attack, are a lot of them are running PHP. I wouldn't necessarily say it's easier, but because there's so much of it, you're bound to find something that is misconfigured or outdated before these other two potentially. But I don't have a lot of experience with hacking to give a super informed opinion on that. Yeah. Yeah, learning about Stuxnet is fascinating because it was basically a virus that would like physically destroy the machines that were enriching the uranium without letting anyone know. Like, it was reporting good values, but it was spinning them up to like super, super high speeds so that they would actually break, and then it like set back their entire enrichment program. Yeah, it was it's fascinating to learn about it. What's up, America 2050? Welcome in. No, I don't have any music. I thought of, I just noticed this recently, and I mean, I don't even know if I should mention it out loud, but I have found that I am repeating words. I think it's because I'm trying to talk so fast, but when I was editing the videos that I recently uploaded to YouTube, I noticed myself. It's almost like I'm stuttering, but I'm not saying just the beginning of the word. I'm saying the word twice. But I mentioned that because my wife said, well, maybe if I put some music on, it'll help. I think I just said it'll twice. You're gonna notice it now that I'm repeating words. So if it gets too bad, we might try listening to music. Maybe that'll help me. Yes. I love Tabless. Tabless is an extension that I use. What made me choose Parrot? Let's talk about that. So if you look at Hack the Box, they actually have a cloud box that you could log into, and it's running Parrot OS. So that's where I first learned about it. So I saw that and I was like, oh, well, I guess if I'm going to be running through their curriculum, then if I'm on Parrot OS, I'm probably going to have an easier time, because it was kind of like, that's maybe what they were set up to do. So yeah, that's the main reason I'm using Parrot. Because before that, I actually had already downloaded the Kali Linux appliance, but then I learned about Parrot and I was like, all right, I'll use Parrot instead. Yeah, hacking is a subject, but still don't know anything about hacking. Well, every company I work for stated explicitly we're not allowed to test the corporate network unless it was explicitly part of job responsibilities. Yeah. Yeah. Old PHP is easy, new PHP is hard. Yeah, and I think that's kind of what I was getting at, is like, PHP is still a relevant language and is still a living language in that they're fixing things and releasing new stuffs with it. So anything built with modern PHP is like fairly secure. But stuff that's outdated, and because there's a lot of it, yeah. A stammer instead of a stutter? Huh. Stutter is a disruption in the flow of speech. Stammer is related to the repetition of sounds or syllables. Cool. I think that's what I have then. But hopefully it doesn't get on your nerves. But like I said, if it gets too bad, I'll try to fix them. I think ultimately the fix is to talk slower. I think I'm trying to talk way too fast, and that causes me to like repeat things. But okay, let's talk about networks, and then we'll do this first thing here, the meow, very easy machine to pwn. In order to work with Hack the Box, I am excited. I'm excited about all of this. In order to work with Hack the Box, you need to connect to a network to be able to attempt to hack these machines. So for instance, if we look here at starting point. So if we go to starting point, meow, first it wants us to connect. I'll show you right now. I already have Parrot setup to connect to starting point. So Open VPN is a VPN technology where if I use this configuration that they allowed me to download, it's pre-configured for me to connect to the network they set up that has access to the machine that they want me to hack. So I'm now connected to that network. And then over here, it should update to see that I'm connected. I think it usually like takes a second before it knows that I'm logged in. Yeah, there we go. So it detected that I'm logged in. And so now this little thing is like, all right, you're connected to our network. Now you can spawn the machine. And so it's specifically going to spin up a machine in the cloud that's just for me to learn hacking on. So it's going to create that instance, and then it's going to give me an IP address to connect to. But this is where we will talk about and learn about public networks versus private networks, because you'll see the IP address that it gives us is a 10 dot network address. And so let's just look this up on Wikipedia. The local IP. Private network, yeah. So we are going to be connecting to the VPN so that we can access this machine on a private network. We're going to see that the machine has a 10 dot address. So if you ever see an IP address that starts with 10 dot, then that is categorized as a private IP address. All of the 10 dot subrange is our private IP address. There's no computer on the public internet that has a 10 dot address. 192.168 is another common one. Like if you've ever tried to configure your router at home, a lot of times it's configured as 192.168.1.1. But that's a private network. But you'll notice this gets into like subnet masks. I'm not going to get into all of that, but basically the range of 192.168.0.0 all the way up to 192.168.255.255 are private addresses. You will never find a computer on a public network that has that private address. If it's 192.167, that's not in that range, so that actually could be on the public internet. And see you later, Dr. Phantom. So this is a good thing to know and a good distinction to make, because you'll notice this has given us an IP address to connect to. But the only way I'm going to be able to connect to this machine is if I am on the same network, right? Because it's a 10 dot address, meaning it's a private IP address. So the only way I could get access to it is if I was on the same network as that computer. And I'll show you. So right now, I could try accessing it from my local network. So this is just a terminal running on my computer, which is just connected to my local network at my house. And I could try pinging this address, but I already know there's nothing on my local network that has that IP address. So I'm not going to be able to get access to it. So the way that we get access to it is via a VPN, because a VPN essentially allows us to run our connection through some remote network. Oh yeah, we can zoom in. Yeah, there we go. Nice. But let me try to draw a picture really quick of like private versus like local networks. And let me know, does my microphone sound okay over here? Test 1 2, test 1 2. Good, great. So let's say we are at home. This is our home. And we have a laptop, and it is connected wirelessly to our router. This router, for instance, has a gateway address of 10.0.0.1. This means all devices on our network are going to connect through this specific IP address. And then this router is going to assign us an IP address that's within that local network. So it might give us 10.0.0.2. And so this is the address of our laptop. We might also have a phone running on the network that's connected via Wi-Fi, and it's going to get the IP address 10.0.0.3, for instance. And so yeah, all of this is through DHCP, but we're not going to get too much into the details. This is just like the basics of your local network. But now, you could have this even without the internet. You could actually have a local network at your house that's not connected to the internet, but all of these devices are able to connect to each other. And this is known as an intranet. because it's internal. If we want to get access to the internet, which is a black box, the black box internet, we have to do that through, and this is also known as a LAN, or a local area network. And again, unless we're connected to the outside world, it's just internal. But in order to get access to the internet, we need to go through some sort of ISP, or internet service provider. My internet service provider, for instance, is CenturyLink, and I pay them a monthly fee. They have a physical wire that actually connects to my home. Like they have fiber, so there's a pole sitting outside, and it connects a wire, and that wire comes into my house. And then I have the I forget what it's called. It's some box that the fiber connects to, and then that is actually connected in turn to my router. But this is what gives my local network access to the internet. And things on the internet do not have private IP addresses. They have a public IP address that we can get access to. For instance, let me find... The thing is, it's not a modem. I had an issue with it, and I called them, and I eventually got escalated to someone who knew what they were doing, and I called it a modem, and it was like, it's not a modem. It's a is it OSINT? No, it's a optical network terminal or something like that. Yeah, he well actually me. He's like, that's not a modem, specifically because it's fiber. An ONT. It's an ONT. I was like, well, all right. So yeah, it's an ONT, and then that in turn has a Ethernet cable that's plugged in my router that gives it access. I don't know. Regardless, let me find the IP address for Google. And actually, we'll show you a little something here. Yeah, you're right. OSINT is open source intelligence. That's another hacking term where we're trying to find out about a target. And we use open source resources like Facebook or various other websites to learn about our our target. So optical network termination. I think it's optical network terminal though. But if I ping google.com, I was like, what? If I ping google.com, we can see that my computer somehow figures out the Google's IP address for me is 142.250.69.238. This is a public IP address. This is accessible to anyone in the world that's connected to the internet. That's their IP address. So if we go back over to our diagram, if my computers in my home network are trying to get access to Google, because it has that public IP address of 142.250.69.238, that is accessible via via the internet. So like my computers are going to go through my ISP, hop onto the internet, and then eventually they can get access to that because it is a public IP address. Okay, this private network can exist anywhere. So my house has a private network. If you have a router at your house, you probably have a private network too. If you work at a company in a building, they probably have a private network as well. But the internet is basically just like a collection of private networks. And so for us, in when we're trying to do our hacking here, we specifically are connecting to Hack the Box. And Hack the Box is available on the internet, but the machine that they spin up for us is within their own local private network. And so the IP address that we got was... no, I just mentioned that. I'll show you again on the Wikipedia article, Bloated Knickknack, but it's the same thing. So 192.168 is also private, but just 192.168.0.0 all the way to 192.168.255.2.5. If it's not within the 192.168, then it's actually on the public internet. Yeah, thank you, Machubaka. Okay, but the IP address that they gave me is this 10 dot address. It's 10.129.110.124. And internally, any machine running at Hack the Box on this network that they have spun up could access that. But because it's private, my computers don't have access to this. But what we can do is we can use a VPN. So they actually have a VPN server running. That VPN server is exposed to the public internet. So my computers can connect to this VPN server, but this VPN server is also connected to the local network that the machine that they spun up for me. So by connecting my computer to their VPN, it goes like this. It goes through the internet. It goes here. It goes here. Now all of my traffic is tunneled through that VPN. And because the traffic of my machine is tunneled, now I can access the things on their local network. And yeah, I mean, that's great here because this is a virtual private network. And once I've connected my machine to it, I have access to that virtual private network and any of the machines that are on it. So this is the first step in our learning to hack is connecting to this VPN so that we can access this machine that they spun up for us. Yeah. All right. Questions, comments, criticisms. Hey, Greg, what's up? Good to see you. But I'll point you to this private network Wikipedia article because they talk about anything on 10.0.0 all the way up to 10.255.255, anything on that is private. You're never going to find an IP address like that on the public internet. But anything that's 192.168, etc., that is also private. But anything outside of that is not private. Yeah. Yeah, and so exactly like Tuplink has summarized here, we're not going to cover it here, but the other thing to learn about is the subnet mask. Basically, this right here describes this range, and this here describes this range. But yeah, we're not going to get into that. Did I just dox myself? No, so I didn't write my IP address down. I wrote down Google's IP address. So yeah, I did not dox myself. This is Google's IP address. And then that 10 dot address, like I said, is the IP address of the machine that I'm trying to connect to. And like that's why it's okay for me to expose even my local IP address. Like anybody can know my my local IP address because they can't get to it because it is my local network. That's why when you see people configuring things or connecting to things locally, it's totally fine to expose a 10 dot address or a 192.168 address because there's no way for anybody else to get access to that. My home network technically does have a public IP address, and that's assigned through my internet service provider, and that's something that I wouldn't want to leak because if I leaked that, then people could potentially try to get into my network if they knew my public IP address. I guess what's nice about my internet service though is all I have to do is reboot my modem and then I get a brand new IP address. Not all ISPs work that way, and depending on who your ISP is or what you're doing, you might actually get a static IP address that never changes, and then there's other things you have to worry about there. Yeah. Hack the Box gave you a local IP, but by coincidence, could you have a machine on the same local IP, right? Yeah, absolutely. That's a good point to make is they gave me this IP address, and it's possible that I have a machine on my network with that same IP address. And if I wasn't connected to the VPN that they provided, when I tried to access this IP, I'd be accessing something on my local network. But because inside the virtual machine, I am connected to the VPN network that they provided, now I will have access to that machine. So if I copy the IP address, we can see, do I have access to this machine? And so the first hacking command you'll learn about is ping. I kind of showed it with Google, but ping is a command that will attempt to see, is this server reachable? So if I ping it and it responds, then that means this server is reachable from the machine that I'm running the machine on, or the machine that I'm running the command on. But yeah, so in this case, we know we're connected. I am not going to explain ICMP, but ICMP is the protocol that is used for when you do a ping. And so over here, that's why if I try to ping this address here, it just times out because over here I'm not connected to that VPN. I don't have access to it over here. Oh, good call, Kazantia. It's possible to disable ping on your server. And sometimes that's actually a good security practice if you're in charge of a network or in charge of machines. If you don't need to ping the machine internally, you just disable the ICMP protocol. And so then it makes it harder for hackers to even know, well, is this machine up? Is it accessible? You can still hack a machine or attempt to hack a machine that doesn't have ICMP or ping running. But that's a good point to make. Not every machine is going to have ping running. In our case, the machines are meant to be hacked, so a lot of them have ping running. Normally, an ISP gives you a DHCP range, and you can renew the lease for a new IP if you have your own router. In my experience, my ISP does not do that. I get a different range and subnet every single time. Yeah. Don't disable ping for your IT team. Yeah, I mean, there are. I think like I have ping disabled on my firewall for my local network. Like I don't want anybody to be able to ping my home. But yeah, I'm very knowledgeable for a noob hacker. That's the thing is like I have cursory knowledge, but once it gets into like finding exploits and anything else, like that's the stuff I need to learn about. Okay, so we learned about local networks. I have my my virtual machine now connected to the VPN, so I have access to this target. This is our target right now. And we can start hacking and start learning. Any other comments, questions, criticisms before we go through just like the base thing that they've given us here? Yeah, I'm live on YouTube right now as well, so that same stream will be available after this is over. At this point, it's still not hacking. No, you're totally right. At this point, it's not. But I already did lesson 1, so I know we're gonna hack this machine. We're gonna get access. We're gonna get remote access to this machine that we didn't necessarily already have access to. Yeah. When I was younger, I wanted to be a hacker. Now I'm just a boring web developer. It's really funny when you start to learn about the career and everything, because as far as I've seen, there are a lot of hackers that want to be software developers. And then there's a lot of software developers that want to be hackers. I started learning about the field of AppSec or application security, because there's a lot of different fields that you could get into in the field of cybersecurity. So like AppSec isn't necessarily penetration testing. AppSec is all about making sure that your code base is secure and you're using secure coding practices. And so if I wanted to get into a cybersecurity career, as far as my research has told me, AppSec would probably be the easiest for me, because I already know how to write software. I know how to architect things. I've already learned about the security of software and other various things like that. And so AppSec pretty often is a dedicated role at a company where you often work with other software developers to make sure that they're writing secure code and they're keeping things secure. But that's different than penetration testing, because like you're not trying to access remote machines. You're just making sure that your dependencies are up to date and you're making sure that you're not using any unsecure coding practices and stuff like that. Yeah, I think that's the thing, is once you start to get into it, it's like any other job. It's like it takes all the fun away. Like you're working at a company and you have a boss and everything else. Okay, let's start hacking. So, 100 invisible points to the first person in the chat that can tell me what VM stands for. We already talked about it earlier. What is a VM? It's a virtual machine. Yeah, good job, everybody. And I am running Parrot OS as a virtual machine on my computer. Yeah, it's a virtual machine. And so I already did this one earlier. The other cool thing about their starting point lessons is it gives you a document that kind of like walks you through the things that you're going to learn. So they have an article on getting set up with like a virtual machine and everything else. And they also show you how to get connected to the VPN. I didn't show any of that, but basically they give you an open VPN file that you can download. You download the file, and then on your virtual machine, you open that file up and it connects to the remote network. Yeah. This feels like my school. I already know a lot of stuff. Yeah. Okay, so when first starting a penetration test or any security evaluation on a target, the primary step is known as enumeration. And now I'm going to start to take notes because these are the things that we're going to want to remember because these are the skills that we're going to use when we're hacking without guardrails. Right now we're hacking with guardrails because they're going to tell us exactly what to do. They'll give us the answer if we can't figure it out. But one thing to know about is enumeration. And I'll tell you what I know about it, and then we'll see if it covers anything else in the document. But this is finding all open ports and services on a target machine. So any computer running potentially has software running that is connected to the network. So for a lot of the people here, we know about web servers. So when a web server is running, it's typically accessible like on port 80 or port 443. Or if you're connecting to a remote server on SSH, that's port 22. And so the first step when you're trying to hack into a machine is, all right, what ports are open? Because those ports are going to be a potential entry point for us. Thank you, Arian. Appreciate that. So yeah, since we're now on the same virtual private network, we can directly access it as any user would. And that's what I talked about earlier. So now that we're on the VPN, we can access that IP and we can start to enumerate. Like I said, every server has ports, and then we can use a tool called nmap. And so nmap is a command line tool that will scan for open ports. And we're going to use it. We're going to use it. So we already did this. We pinged it. We made sure that we had access to it. And then we can run nmap. In their tutorial, they're running nmap with sudo. I don't think we need sudo. But they are using the flags -s -V. I am going to install TLDR. Let's see if it exists. Yeah, I think this is the right one. TLDR is a command line tool that will explain other command line tools in plain English. And so if we do TLDR with nmap, we will get like okay, here's another thing to note. When you're connected to their VPN, you don't have access to the internet. So if you want to do anything that requires an internet connection, you need to disable that connection. Cool. And so now if I do TLDR nmap, really? I think I need to update it. I didn't talk about how to connect to the VPN, but if you're in their starting point, their document and their getting started section will tell you how to get connected. I would say the short answer is if you go up here, and then you go to here, this is going to give you a file, an OpenVPN file. And then on your virtual machine, you open that file with OpenVPN. There's also a way to do it from the command line. All right, we updated it. Let's see. Nice. So this is when you're learning about Linux commands, TLDR is really nice. It's like a more human readable version of the man pages. And this tells us what the various commands do. So this is closer to the one that we're doing. So perform service and version detection of the top 1,000 ports using the default NSE scripts. The other thing we do is just man nmap. What I'm curious about right now is it's telling us that we want to do tag S, tag capital V. And I want to know what do those two things do? And so if we run the man pages, we can figure out what S-S does. Cheat.sh, I haven't used that one. Okay, -s-l is a list scan. How do I find? Search, find. Case sensitive. Here we go. Okay. Probe open ports to determine service version info. Cool. That's it. That's it. So that's what we're going to do. So we're going to say nmap-s-v and then our target. And so our target is this machine that they spun up for us. I think I missed a question earlier in the chat, which was, what is this machine? I believe it's just like either a virtual machine running in the cloud or a Docker container running in the cloud. But if we do this is going to run the scan against that target, and it's going to see which ports are open. But again, I disconnected my VPN, so it couldn't access it. I need to make sure that I'm on my VPN. All right, we're on. Now we can scan. And like there are other configurations, like you can tell it, all right, or only scan ports within this range or that range. But I think that scanned like every possible port it could. But you can see it found something. It found that this machine is running Linux Telnet D, or it's running Telnet on port 23. If the server was running a web server like Nginx on port 80 or port 443, we would see that listed here, that it's like responding to requests on that port. Or if the server was running like SSH, it would say that port 22 is open, that kind of thing. Probably the most popular Moptics. You're talking about the man command that we were looking at. Yeah, I think these are the most popular ports of various running services. Yeah, this is completely free. Hack the Box has like a VIP tier where you get quicker access to the virtual machines, and you don't have to like wait in line. Sometimes you might have to wait in line, but I'm just using the free version right now. Yeah, I'll check out cheat.sh. I haven't used that. Thank you, Lemon Bindi. Oh. Cool. Yeah. So it tells us all the various things that we can do. Okay. So we just determined that this machine is running Telnet, and so over here we would type in Telnet, or no. Actually, we got way ahead of ourselves. We're using a terminal to run all of these commands. I think we at least got that far. We used OpenVPN to connect. We used ping to make sure that the server was up and responding. We used nmap to scan the ports, and then we found Telnet running on port 23. The interesting thing is, like, if you look up some of these services, like, they have default ports. Like, Telnet's default port is 23. And so it's very likely if you see port 23 open on a machine, it's probably Telnet. It doesn't have to be Telnet, but it probably is. And in this case, it was. So yeah. I'm using a real SSH, not a simulated version. We haven't SSH'd into anything just yet. We're about to Telnet, and that actually answers the Black Quill's question. So what does Telnet do? Telnet is like an older version of SSH in a way. It's a way to run commands on a remote machine. And I think there's like a secure version of Telnet these days, but or you could do like Telnet over TLS or something like that. But it is a plain text protocol. So like if you're running commands to control a computer via Telnet, it's plain text. It's going across the wire as plain text. So if anybody's monitoring your network traffic, they could see what you're doing. It is not encrypted. SSH is encrypted. Oh yeah, you can play games. You can also, there's the Star Wars Telnet thing. Let's find that, because that's actually really funny. Do I have ADHD? I might. I have not been diagnosed with ADHD, but I think I might have it. Here. So if we telnet into this, it actually will play Star Wars in our terminal. I don't have telnet? What? How do I not have telnet on a Mac? Okay. It's probably best to not have telnet. Let's see if this website is still up. Well, I wouldn't want to be running a telnet server, but I should at least have the telnet client. Running a telnet server is potentially what's insecure. It's not working, but if we could, I'm not gonna get into this too much, but if it worked, it actually like responds with the whole Star Wars movie played as ASCII text, which is really funny. So yeah. Oh no, I'm running this command from my machine, which isn't in the VPN. Okay, but regardless, let's telnet into this machine. So we determined that telnet is running on this specific IP address, so we can try connecting. If you look in the document here, they told us we should research. Like, if you didn't already know what telnet was, you should look into it. You should read the Wikipedia article on it, figure out what it's about. I already know it's a way to connect remotely, and if you just put telnet followed by the IP address, it will attempt to connect. Well, not that. we want to telnet into this one. Oh, I see what you're saying. See what you're saying, Rfire. In the case of connecting to the Star Wars server, I'm not sending any commands that I would want to be secret, you know. But here we go. We're going to attempt to telnet in. And if you're familiar with SSH, it's going to be a very similar thing. It actually will ask us for a login. We can like send commands to it and stuff like that. So yeah. And here we go. So it's asking us to log in. And this is where we attempt to use like default credentials to try and get into this machine. So and so this scans for open ports. Telnet is an old protocol for sending commands to a remote machine. Sending and receiving. And we connect with telnet IP address. Yeah. Yeah. And typically runs on port 23. Cool. The next step in our hacking adventure is to learn about the idea of like default credentials. And so this tells us a lot of times when you come across a system that's like running telnet or something like that, it might have a default password that no one changed, or a default user account that no one changed. So they're saying, hey, why don't you just try admin or administrator? And if we try that, we'll see what happens. So let's telnet back in. Did someone share my my break timer? But okay, we're here. Now we can just try. Let's just try logging in as admin. Admin? It's very slow. Wrong. Administrator. Administrator. So close. So close. But if we try root, and then we're in. And then you'll be very familiar with this if you've ever used SSH. At this point, we have access to the machine, and so I can run commands on the machine. I can do like ls, and I can try to see like what files are on this machine, and stuff like that. So at this point, this is the flag that they wanted us to capture. So it was root. So the user root. Actually, no, I think you're right. I think it was root with no password. Let's see. If I just try root, it's very slow. It would probably be faster if I was on the the VIP tier. Oh, why root? So root is a common Linux username. Almost every Linux installation, root is the first user and main user that has like full access to the whole system. And so when we're trying to get access to systems like this, it's very common that they have a user called root on there. And if you get access as the root user, you typically have full access to the machine. So at this point, we can kind of like do whatever we want. Yeah, it's kind of like admin on Windows, but in the Linux world, root is there. Yeah, it was just really slow. You can see that I pressed enter multiple times. Okay, we're in the system. Now we can try to figure things out. Like we can list the files on the system. In this case, there's literally a file called flag.txt. And when you're doing these hack the box challenges, that's kind of what you're looking for. You're looking for some kind of flag, and that basically lets them know that you got access to the machine. So if I look at what's inside, so cat is a command that can look inside text files. We get this value here. I can copy it, or try to copy it. Shift Control C is what I need. And then over on Hack the Box, they're asking, what is the flag that you found? And this was the flag for me. Cat is an animal species as well. That is correct. What's the difference between root and super user? Root is typically the super user. So when you do su or su on a Linux system, you're saying run this command as the super user, who is technically the root user. I think when you're installing a Linux system, you can change who the root user is. It doesn't have to be root, but it typically is just root. Do I know why the command is called cat? No, I don't. Tell me. But that's our first challenge. Obviously, I knew a lot of this stuff, so I was able to like talk you through it. Any last comments, questions, criticisms, concerns before we move on to the next one, which I know nothing about? Oh, it's for concatenate, is it? Huh. Root is the username. Super user is the. I think status is a good word, or like user type. Yeah. Yeah. Cool. But yeah, we did the first one. Let's move on to the next one. I think the other note here is try default passwords. Root, admin, etc. But let's keep going. We're going to move on to fawn. Actually, I think before I end this one, I need to stop this machine. Yeah, I can click the stop sign here, and then that'll tear that machine down. And so then I can create the next machine and try to get access to it. Okay, so yeah, we're connected. We're going to spawn the machine. And then we're going to learn. It looks like we're going to learn about FTP. File transfer protocol, yeah. Can I see when my next ad break is coming? Also insecure. Yeah, you want SFTP, secure file transfer protocol. Ad comes in 2 minutes. Oh wait, I think my dashboard says 5 minutes though. Oh yeah. Well, I think we'll wait to before we connect to this one just to make sure no one's in an ad. Will we use FileZilla? I don't know. But yeah, any other thoughts or questions about what we've done so far? I don't know if I can force the ads because I specifically have to wait a certain amount of time to make sure that they're ran within the hour to disable pre-rolls, I think. Yeah. Do I have ads manager? Hmm. Thanks, Alka. Since we want to send a text file via FTP, it will be sent plain text without encryption. Yeah, exactly. I don't know if we're going to get into like man-in-the-middle attacks or anything like that, but we might in their starting point walkthrough. Well, I have no idea, Yugi or Yugiki. Yeah, I've used CyberDuck before, and then I think FileZilla is cross-platform. I've used FileZilla before. All right, we're going to be in an ad for 3 minutes, so just hang tight. We will do nothing important for the next 3 minutes. What I'm doing seems important. I could play GeoGuessr. I'm just gonna do some coloring. We'll do GeoGuessr during the next ad break. I already messed up Colorado, but these are erasable colored pencils for that very reason. Oh, I see. You don't you don't live in the United States. Um, what next? Let's do Utah. Oh, ads are over. Okay. Why are some countries squarish and some round? That just I think that's just based on when in this case these are the United States when they got added to the Union. Because I think early on the boundaries were like very they're weirder, right? But then later on, as more land got purchased, it was like we're just gonna make a straight line. It makes it a lot easier. All right, well let's do some more hacking. Um, yeah, and it looks like in this one we're gonna learn a bit about FTP. So the machine has started up. Let's make sure we can access it. Okay. So we can try to ping that, and it responds. Good. So we're on the network. We have access to this machine that they spun up. And then we can look at the walkthrough that they provided. I guess that's true, right, Liminal? I think in some of the other states, there's like mountains that define some of the lines. I guess technically there are mountains through the middle of Colorado, but it is just it's just a square. So sometimes when we enumerate the services, we'll be met with file transfer services. So if we do an in-map on this target, not npm, my web dev is showing. If we do an in-map, we see that FTP is running, and so FTP is running on port 21. So FTP is a file transfer protocol. Yeah, it's a way of transferring files between the client and the server. Like a lot of people have already mentioned, FTP is not a secure protocol. If you see network traffic that is FTP, you can literally see all of the data that's being transferred back and forth. It's not encrypted at all. Yeah, so the client connects via port 21. I think SFTP is secure, but a lot of people were mentioning you just use SCP instead. You don't use FTP at all. Oh no. I don't know why this diagram shows 21 on the client. I would want to see this what? What? This is a weird diagram. Maybe they mean we're connecting via port 21. You can, yeah. So depending on the web browser, a lot of web browsers like Firefox have FTP built in. So because we know that this is running FTP, we could literally try to go there in the web browser. You're completely right. If we do FTP : this IP address, I don't want to go to Google. I thought Firefox did support FTP though. It redirected me to Google. Yeah, I don't know why it's redirecting me to Google. Oh well, there is a command line FTP client that will allow us to connect to it and run commands in the terminal. Browsers have started deprecating it. Fascinating. Well, I didn't know. Yeah, okay, maybe it would work if I had username and password. Well, let's see what this tells us though. Yeah, FTP is non-standard because SSL or TLS protocols like FTPS or SSH tunneling, like SFTP, are preferred. However, the deficiency here is that traffic containing said files can be intercepted. So any files being transferred on this service, because it's FTP, it's not secure, we can actually see what's happening. So this is potentially talking about a man-in-the-middle attack where a client is making a transfer via FTP, but anyone that's on that same network can see all of the information being transferred because it is not encrypted. So you're going to see all of that. Firefox dropped FTP support. Fascinating. However, the situation we're dealing with in this case is much simpler. We're only going to interact with the target running a simple misconfigured FTP service. That's what I assumed. Like, it's probably the same thing. FTP was just configured with the default username and password, and then we can just get in and access any files that are on it. Great. Got it. Which port does FTP run on usually? 21. What acronym is used for the secure version of FTP? SFTP. Good. What is the command we can use to send an ICMP echo request to test our connection to the target? Ping. From our scans, what version of FTP is running on the target? So we specifically ran nmap with this info. I think if we run nmap without the tag SV, it won't give us the version. Yeah, so if you just run nmap bare, it just tells us that port 21 is FTP. But if you run it with the -SV, it specifically will tell us the version number and everything else. So yeah, this says it's running VSFTPD, which is of FTP software, and it's running version 3.0.3. So we figured that out. Yeah, I'm thinking it allows anonymous access as well. So yeah, we pinged it, we nmapped it. Now we want to get a foothold. In order to access the FTP service, we will use the FTP command on our own host. I don't think I have the FTP command. I think I already tried that. So we'll need to install FTP before we can use it. Bloated Knickknack, there's probably going to be challenges like that where in the background they have a file transfer running and you need to intercept it. That's like a more advanced challenge, I think. But there's probably flags like that where if you can capture that traffic, there's going to be like a flag inside of it or something like that. So yeah, I'm going to need to install FTP. So the one way to tell is if you have a command installed is just try running the command, and if it says command not found, you can attempt to install it. If it's a well-known command like FTP, you shouldn't have any issue just installing it from apt, which is the package manager used on Debian, and Parrot OS is Debian based. But if you're on another Linux operating system, you might use like Pacman or Yum. In our case, we're going to use apt, and we are going to install FTP. But I forgot, we're on our VPN. We need to disconnect our VPN before we can install anything. Okay, so we've got FTP, and now that we can test it by just running FTP. And if it, yeah, so it literally gives us a prompt. We have the FTP tool now, so we can try to use it to connect to that server. So now if we do FTP followed by the server, we're in, sort of. It's asking us for the name we want to connect with. The difference between apt and apt-get, as far as I know, apt-get is like the older one. These days you can just use, I think apt-get would still technically works on Debian systems, but you can just use apt and it will work. So yeah, we connected. The prompt will ask us for a username. Okay, good to know. Anonymous is a possible credentials. Anonymous is a possible user that we can connect with if the server still allows it. So if we try to connect as anonymous, and it wants a password too, does it tell us we should try password as the... Oh, it just discards the password. So we can literally type anything in. And we're in. We're in. Yeah, and I guess that's a good point. It's not a default configuration. It is a misconfiguration. User, anonymous, password, anything. And so yeah, we're in. Now at this point, I need to learn more about FTP because there are commands I can run to list the files that are available. And I'm guessing if we list those files, we're going to find a flag. Yeah. Yeah, and so it's telling us if we run help, yeah, thank you, I'm a bot. If we run help, we can see all of the possible commands. There's very likely like a list command or something like that. Let's see. Yeah, I hate the FTP client too. Do we have a visual FTP client we can use? Do we have FileZilla? Because if we had FileZilla, it's just point and click. It's like, go into this directory, show me what files you have. Total Commander, is that on Parrot? Or is that something I'd have to install? I don't see it. But apparently we've learned that dir will list the files we have. And there is a file called flag.txt. Oh no. Oh no. I did the resize thing like I wasn't supposed to. What's up, Andrew? Welcome in. Cool. Is Firefox the only browser? No, there are others. I like Firefox though. File Manager supports FTP? Let's see. Go. Network location. Go. Location. FTP : / IP address. Connect as anonymous. We're in. Now this is nice because I don't have to figure out the commands in the terminal. I can literally just open this file up now. Because basically the terminal is just like the commands that are essentially, if we were to use the terminal, all the commands we are running are the same thing that's happening when I'm like navigating the folders and clicking on the files. But this is just a different user interface into that interaction. Bloated Knickknack says, assuming you're a bad actor, there would be a log of everything that you are currently doing on this server, like your IP address and everything. Yes, that's a great point to bring up. If you're attempting to hack into systems like that, like this, especially on a network with people that know what they're doing, they can see that you're connected to it remotely. They can see, potentially, if you get into a system like this, they can see all of the commands that you run. So yeah, if you're trying to do this in a nefarious way, you should try to cover your tracks and don't just think that no one can see what you're doing. Yeah. Okay, and then, so yeah, we'll do it in the terminal too to see it, but this, oh, nice job, Chad. That's perfect. But this is cool because if we know it's anonymous access, we can just use the thing, and then now we can navigate it like it's an actual file system. But apparently the commands are dir to show you what files are available, and then get will download the file. Yeah, so it downloaded the file, and it probably just put it in the current directory that I'm in. Yeah, so it downloaded it in my current working directory. So if I cat this, that has the contents in it as well. Very good, very good. From your scans, what OS type is running on the target? I didn't keep track of that. Hey, don't do that, BioDigital. Let's scan it again. Service info OS : Unix. So it tells us that it's running Unix. Okay, just as a disclaimer, don't run any of the commands that people are putting in the chat, because honestly, don't run any command that you don't understand or don't know what it's going to do. You could ruin your system. The thing is, if you're running inside of a virtual machine and you ran this command, it's not that bad. You could just reinstall the virtual machine or restore a snapshot. What is the command we need to run in order to display the FTP client menu? FTP-H shows help. What is the username that is used to connect over FTP? Anonymous. How do you spell anonymous? I spelled it right. Great. What is the response code we get for the FTP message login successful? Is it a 200? $230. 230 is the status code. Let me write that down. Great. There are a couple of commands we can use to list the files and directories available on an FTP server. One is dir. What is the other that is a common way to list files on a Linux system? ls? Does ls work? Let's try FTP with ls. Oh, cool. ls works too. Easy. What is the command used to download the file? Get. Nice. And then our root flag is that. Fantastic. What do you have, Fab? Whoa. What Linux system are you on? It prevented you from running sudo rmrf. That's funny. Cool. Oh, fascinating. That's fun to know. Instead of typing exit, you can type bye. I think. Or does it tell me bye? Hmm. Yeah, and so that's a good point. So Ugiki is asking, does anonymous work for any FTP server as long as it's not disabled, or is that just a user that was created specifically for this machine? As far as I know, that's a type of configuration. I think Hugo Das is mentioning that. Like essentially, in their configuration, they said enable the anonymous user, and because they didn't disable it, then we can use it to connect. Yeah. Fun. So that was a pretty easy one. We learned about FTP. We learned about some of the commands we can run. I can't get out. I can't get out of the FTP server. I'll just close this. Fascinating. I think I can, yeah, and then, so this is the FTP server that we connected to in the file manager. Is it quit, not exit? And then we'll unmount it because we don't want access to it anymore. Great. Let's keep moving. We did great. So I run Mac OS X, but the virtual machine I'm using is Parrot. Next one, dancing. When is our next ad? Plenty of time. All right. Did we spin down the fawn machine? I guess it's been the fawn machine spun down automatically when we disconnected. And ending with Ali, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. I think my sound is off, but welcome in. We're learning how to hack today. We're doing hack the box. We are just doing the starting point, which is like learning about stuff. So we learned about how to scan with Nmap. We learned what is FTP, what is telnet, what's a virtual machine. I taught people about private versus public networks. We're kind of just going through the base stuff, learning about hacking. But welcome in. What were you working on? Day 24 advent. No. What do software engineers really do? What do they do? Were you like showing like a day in the life or something like that? Yeah, okay. Will you send that in the mod channel so I won't forget? But yeah, welcome in, raiders. Good to see you. Welcome to the Coding Garden. Typically, I'm like building apps or solving algorithmic problems and stuff like that. I do a lot of front end and back end dev. But we've decided every Wednesday is going to be Web Security Wednesday, where we learn about hacking. And so today we are learning about hacking. And I know a little bit. I'm able to at least turn a lot of things into teaching moments of things I know about. But pretty soon we're going to get to things that I know nothing about. So let's keep going. We're going to go into this next one called dancing. And I like I said, I'm using this service called Hack the Box. They give us a VPN that we can connect to. And then once we're connected to it, any of the machines that we spawn up, we can actually attempt to hack, or we can pen test them as a part of the exercise. SMB stands for Samba. I know that, right? Samba is another file sharing protocol. We just learned about FTP, which is a common one. Samba is, I think, typically used a lot on, like, is it Windows machines? I don't know. We will learn. We will start learning once it pops up. I think a lot of the ones that we're learning about are not used in practice as much anymore. Shared message broker, I see. Is it the same thing as Samba? Or is that what people call it? Samba is a music genre. I feel like I've seen the term Samba associated with SMB. Maybe there's like a implementation of a SMB server that's called Samba. Yeah, here we go. Samba is a free software implementation of the SMB protocol, owned by Microsoft. See, I'm not crazy. And thank you, Ariane Kustiri. Thank you for the sub. Samba is the Windows thingy. Yeah. Okay, so we spun it up. It gives us an IP address. Let's make sure we can access it. So I'm going to ping it. I have to keep switching between Mac shortcuts and Linux shortcuts. Okay, so we can connect. We're good to go. Let's create our notes file for this third one, which is called dancing. If you hated the FTP client, wait till you see SMB. All right, let's open up our walkthrough. There are multiple ways to transfer a file between hosts, right? We learned about FTP. Now we're going to learn about SMB. We mostly see SMB services running on Windows machines. During scanning, we will typically see port 445. So SMB stands for server message block. Another protocol for transferring files. Runs on port, what did they say, port 445? Typically running on Windows machines. I think that's the other thing we haven't really mentioned. All of the machines we've been attempting to hack are very likely running Linux or Unix so far, and the other challenges that we've done. If it's running SMB, it might be a Windows machine. It could still be a Linux machine, but it might be a Windows machine. Does dark mode work on the PDFs? No. Cool. Here's the OSI model. I don't want to learn more about that right now. So despite having the ability to secure access to the share, a network administrator can sometimes make mistakes and accidentally allow logins on any valid credentials using guest accounts or anonymous logins. It's the same vulnerability that we ran across with FTP. Is a misconfiguration, anonymous, or a guest user. So yeah. So let's scan the target. If you're just joining us and new to this stuff, Nmap is a tool that will scan a target to see what ports are open. We're using tag S capital V because that'll also tell us what versions and of the software it's running, and also like more information about like the operating system that it's running. Yeah, and hey, Mohammed, we have a help forum on the Discord if you want to ask there. That's probably the best place to do it. Cool. So we can see that there are 4 ports open. We see that Microsoft DS is running on 445, but we learned that 445 is a common SMB port, so we can start to assume that that is an SMB server. And then we can see that this machine is running Windows CPE. Fascinating. So we know a little bit more about the machine, and we know the ports that are open. What next? We're going to try to use SMB client to connect. But here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to use the file manager to see if it supports SMB, just like it supported FTP. So if we open up the file manager, We connect to a location. Can we do smb://? Here we go. Username guest. Username anonymous. Could not display. Failed to retrieve the share list from the server. Invalid argument. All right, it's getting more difficult. If you do !today, it has a link to the hypervisor I found. It's specifically, I'm on an M1 Mac. So I think it's called UTM is the one that I found. Yeah, if it doesn't work, we'll look at the instructions. Remove the domain name and the username. It might be that we need to figure out what the domain is. But yeah, I'm gonna look at. This is beyond trying default credentials. I don't know anything else about SMB. So let's see what they tell us about it. So yeah, they're installing SMB client. Thank you, Keeper Frosty. Administrator? Let's see what else they say, though. So SMB client-L with the target IP. Oh, if we use SMB client, that'll give us the workgroups. I see. Let's do that then. So once we get the work group, then we can try using the GUI to connect. First of all, we need to well, we could see, do we have SMB client? Oh, we already have it. We don't have to install it. That's great. So -L, target IP. It's, well, it just tried to connect as my current user and then work group. Oh, I see. If I try to connect with a blank password or something like that, this tells me what shares are actually available or something like that. Huh. Fascinating. Running the command, we can see 4 separate shares. Let's go each of them. We have the admin, C drive, the interprocess, and the custom share. We will try to connect to each of the shares except for the IPC one, which is not valuable for us since it is not browsable as any regular directory would be and does not contain any files. So to try to connect to the admin one, we just do /admin. Try to connect to C. Yeah, I think I'm spoiling it, but basically what they're telling us is, can I do this or do I have to do the //? How many slashes were there? 4 slashes? And then 2 slashes, and then we, dang it, I did it again. Okay. All right. 4 slashes, 2 slashes, and then admin $. No password. And then it yells at us. Here we can do the same thing. Try the C drive. No password. It yells at us. Last chance, we're going to try work shares. And then it timed out. Did I spell it wrong? Oh, I don't want the -L anymore? Oh, okay. Thank you. Because L is just list. We're in. We're in. Does dir work? Dir does work. And then it looks like it's not going to be as simple. Now we have files in here. Maybe those files have like the flag in them. But let's try to use the GUI to connect. work shares. Hmm. Is a network option? Oh well. we'll figure out how to use SMB client. That's what we'll do. Put work. I don't think workshares is the domain because you can see here that we're still logging in with work group here. Cool. Does this have a git command? Let's just try it. Let's try to get this Amy J file. Mods, can you handle that weird link? TLDR typically has oh no, I pressed Y accidentally. TLDR will tell us about Linux commands. It won't necessarily tell us about the commands we can run inside of a specific type of command. So can I do git amy.j? It's a directory. Okay, can I cd into it? We're in. Can I get work notes? Okay, so that downloaded work notes. And those are here. What do they say? Work notes. Start the Apache server, secure the FTP server, set up WinRM on dancing. Fascinating. Oh, does cat exist within SMB? I don't think it does. Well, if I'm in Amy J. No. Yeah, cat will only work on my local machine. Am I going to do a lot of cybersecurity stuff? My hope is to do cybersecurity stuff every Wednesday. All right, let's cd into James. See what we get. There's our flag. Is there a command to read a file instead of getting it? Open? Hey, CloudSec Ninja, what's up? Welcome in. Thank you for the raid. I am a CloudSec noob. I mostly do web dev and like software development, but today we're learning how to hack with TryHackMe. Well, welcome in, Raiders. Good to have you. Yeah, at this point, I mean, I'm just gonna use what I know. So if I do git on this, then we should be able to get it. There it is. So yeah. No, you're not. Just happened to hear that when you joined. Nice. Okay. So we found the flag. And basically the idea here, like this is a common thing that we will probably do whenever we not TryHackMe, Hack the Box. We're doing Hack the Box, not TryHackMe. But this is a thing that hackers will typically do is like what services are running, and then, okay, we figure out SMB is running, and we figured out what the shares are. Let's connect to all of them. All right, now once we've connected to them, what do we get access to? And that's exactly what we did. Yeah, look at us. Oh, nice, Darth Niall. Good to see you. Welcome in. So James P has given us the flag. Heck yeah. All right, what does the three-letter acronym SMB stand for? Server message block. What port does it run on? Was it 465? Oh, I forget. 445. I'm awful at TryHackMe. I'm blue team. Nice. Well, that's what we were talking about earlier. Like we kind of just gave like a quick introduction to cybersecurity and like the the different types of teams that you would be on. And right now we're basically learning like red teaming because we have good intentions. Like we're not trying to hack things that we don't necessarily aren't supposed to be hacking. Um, the thing that I might be good at that I haven't looked into is application security, which is another aspect of cybersecurity, or called AppSec. But because I write software, I build apps, I've been doing it for a long time. This would probably be a good field for me because they need people that already know how to write software and yeah. Oh, you run AppSec? Nice, nice. I potentially might shift careers at some point. Yeah. But I don't know. Honestly, the more I looked into it, the more like I was like, oh, this just looks like this. It feels like if you're the AppSec guy and like you work at a company where the AppSec person isn't on the software engineering team, the software engineering team would just hate you. You're like, oh, here he goes again. He's denying my pull request because I didn't do the secure thing. So I don't know. I don't know. No, and I mean, I feel like that might be a joke that AppSec is quality assurance, but I think it could be viewed in a similar way that it's like they're just getting in the way of developers. Well, obviously they're not. Like the application security exists for a reason. Like if companies didn't have it, then they would be extremely vulnerable, and then they'd be really easy to target and hack. Um, so you need AppSec. You absolutely do. All right. Um, we found out about the SMB client. We found that we could do get file name. We could do a dir, which lists files. And we specifically found if you do SMB client -l target IP, will list available shares. So when we ran this command, this let us know what shares were available. And then we tried all of them until we got one that actually works. You get paid $100,000 a year to run a fuzzer on every PR. I mean, that's cool. We provide AppSec tools so devs can help themselves. I like that idea. Yeah. Line 13. Thank you. File name. What is the service name for port 445 that came up in our in-map scan? Well, I don't remember, so we're gonna have to run it again. Yeah, from my research, anybody that is currently a software developer that wants to get into cybersecurity, AppSec is probably the easiest path. Because you have to learn less. If you already know how to write software, that's like half the battle. Whereas if you wanted to do pen testing, look at all this stuff you have to learn. You have to learn about the available tools and all this stuff, you know. Okay, the service name is Microsoft DS. Oh, that's a good point, Katoli. I think I should make that a part of my workflow because as I'm learning about the target, I should save that info so I don't have to run it multiple times. Oh, nice, Keeper Frosty. Glad to hear it. As far as I could tell, AppSec is like they need people. they need developers. As far as I could tell, obviously you'd have to look and search for like open jobs in the area that you live in. But the research I was doing this past summer was like, everyone wants an application security specialist, and no one has an application security specialist. My notes are just markdown files. I'm not using anything special. They're literally just markdown files. You could probably open these up in a markdown file tool, but yeah, this is nothing special. It's literally just text that I'll eventually upload to GitHub. And on GitHub, it'll look nice like this because I'm using markdown syntax. We try to use integration tools so it's not annoying for devs. Nice. Yeah, Obsidian is one that I've tried before. For our org, we need folks who understand pipelines, and thinking like a dev is the future. We can't just manually check every PR. It's impossible. Yeah. I mean, at that point, it's almost like DevOps of sorts. Like you're creating automated tools in the DevOps pipeline that do security scans and static analysis and stuff like that. Yeah. DevSecOps. Is that different than AppSec? Let's see, -O. I think this is the other thing I should get in the habit of is on the machine where I'm doing the reconnaissance. Let me create like a workspace, and then in my workspace, I'll make a directory for the one that I'm working on, in this case, dancing. And then in there, if I do the in-map scan with, people are saying tag O in scan.txt. I mean, this is taking a long time. What did I do wrong? Okay, here we go. And then it created scan.txt. There's the info. Great. I'll get in the habit of doing this so that way I don't have to rerun it every time. Nice. What is the flag or switch that we can use with the SMB client utility to list the available shares? -L. How many shares are there on dancing? Are there 5 or is it just 4? There's 4. Nice. What is the name of the share we were able to access in the end? Was it work share? We'll have to do it again. SMB client -L. Work shares with an S? Okay. Nice, nice. What is the command we can use with the SMB shell to download the files we find? Git. And then the root flag we found, which at this point, does Mate Terminal have tabs? They do have tabs. Nice. Actually, this is the other reason I should be working in a workspace is when I downloaded the flag, it just went into my home folder. So I want to make sure that it's in the specific thing that I'm doing. Ooh. And now we have it. We can throw it in. Nice. I'm hungry. Hi, welcome in. Good to see you. We boned it. We won. Okay, awesome. This is fun, honestly. Like, if I wasn't doing this live in front of everyone, I think I would just power through it and like. But it is fun to also like take notes as I go and kind of explain everything we're doing. Heck yeah. All right, this one's gonna be about. Ooh, there's a database. There's a Redis, a misconfigured Redis database that's gonna have some info inside of it. All right. How long till the next ad break? 11 minutes. Let's speed run it. We're gonna speed run Redeemer. All right, so I'm gonna spawn the machine locally for my notes. I'm gonna create a new file called Redeemer. And then on my virtual machine, I'm going to create a new workspace directory called Redeemer. This is where I'm going to be doing my scans. I'm going to get my in-map ready to go. Man. And we'll wait for the box to spin up. Get 2 keyboards. Yeah, I mean, this is probably the best time to show that NCIS clip of hacking. one. Visual Basic GUI IP address. I think this one was from NCIS too, but they're like, I'll build a GUI with Visual Basic to track his IP address. Yeah.
For weeks, I've been investigating the cabbie killer murders with a certain morbid fascination.
This is in real time.
I'll create a GUI interface using Visual Basic. See if I can track an IP address.
Create a GUI interface. That's like ATM machine. Okay. Okay. So we have the IP address. Here we go. We'll scan it. So while it's scanning, we'll pull up the walkthrough because, you know, we're still noobs. There's still going to be things that we don't know about. It's talking about, oh, so it's telling us about databases. So we know about Redis. We've built some services with Redis as a caching database. And then they use the -p tag. Haven't used that one before. Am I going to need that? Oh, because it's a TCP port. I see. So we need to do -p like this. Right, maybe. Oh, because it's not within the top 1,000 ports. Okay. Did I not put the right IP? So it's -p-sv. Oh, is that a bug in their command? I think it's a bug in their documentation. Your port specifications are illegal. Everything? Is there supposed to be a space there? I think there's supposed to be a space. Short for all ports. Didn't work though. No. It's P. It's PP. It's not PP. It's P-P. Okay, I typed something wrong before. Here we go. Now it's scanning. Okay, it's gonna find Redis. 6379 is the standard Redis port. So Redis is an in-memory database. 6379 is the default port. They have a Redis CLI with Redis tools, so we need to grab Redis tools. We can see if we have Redis CLI. Oh, we do. Great. So we already have it. I mean, it's kind of cheating at this point. Like, I haven't found that the fact that the Redis port is available. They just told us that it's going to be. Eventually, this scan should turn up that we have a Redis server available for us to connect to. Okay. It won't since it goes to my text file. Is it outputting in real time? I think it's outputting to both the terminal and the text file. It's trying every port. About 25% done. So this is why the other scans completed so quick. They only tried the first 1,000 ports. This is trying every possible port to see if there's anything running. Yeah, we could do a range. I think that's the other thing is, like, once you learn more about this stuff, you start to do more targeted hacking. You're like, oh, well, I know they're running a Redis server, or I know they might be running a database, so I'm only going to try the ports that databases might be running on. You use mask. Yeah, I've never used mask scan before. You could do it with your own machine. I like using the VPN, I like using a virtual machine because it can be configured to connect to the VPN, and then I don't have to connect to the VPN on my main machine. I think that's the other thing is once you connect to their VPN to get access to that machine, you don't have access to the internet anymore. So my main machine has access to the internet where I can research, and then the virtual machine is just connected to that network, so it doesn't have access to the internet. I haven't used ZenMat. It's in map. Yeah, and the other thing is like if you mess your system up, you just restore it. I guess the other thing is if you're hacking and you're not learning about hacking, but you're trying to hack, I don't know, maybe you're red teaming, you got hired to do it. Sometimes there might be some like, I guess, offensive security that sees, oh, you're connected to my machine, and then they try to hack your machine. But if you're inside a virtual machine, then your virtual machine gets hacked and you don't get hacked. Yeah. Oh, mass scan does it in parallel. I see. And what's up, Denise? What am I doing here? I'm just a junior .NET and Vue developer, but I will give it a follow. Well, I typically do web dev. Vue.js is one of my favorite front-end frameworks, but we decided that Wednesdays are web security Wednesdays, so we're going to be doing hacking on Wednesdays. But on Fridays are Tri-Day Fridays, so we probably aren't going to be doing any web dev on Friday because I think at the top of the list right now is for me to try .NET or to try Rust. We might be doing that on Friday, which isn't necessarily web dev. But yeah, what's up, Brilvio? It's been a long time. Welcome in. All right, do we just cheat and just connect with Redis client? Like, we know it's running Redis client. We're trying to speed run it, but our I mean, we only have 3 minutes left. Web vulnerabilities. I'm not going to become a Rust developer, but I think I'm going to try it because people want to see me try it. All right, we're just going to we're just going to do the Redis client. So Redis client -h, you specify the host. I thought we had Redis tools. Didn't this command work earlier? Oh, Redis CLI. Good call. Okay. We're in. Now we would go look at the, the Redis docs to figure out what the commands we can run are. We can info it, and that'll tell us what it's running, what it has access to, like how much memory it has. Fascinating. Keyspace provides statistics on the main dictionary of each database. Okay. This says we can do select 0, and that will select the first key space. So only one database exists because there's only one key space. It also says it was DB0, so we selected it. And then we can show all of the stuff in the database like this. So this is like select star if we're using MySQL. And Brilvio, thank you for the prime. And we can see that, so this is a key value store. These are all of the keys, and there's going to be some value in the database for each of those keys. We want the one called flag. So we can do get flag. Boom, we're in. We did it. Where do I want to be? I want to be in my workspace. The speedrun's almost over because the ad break is about to start. But I have to fill out everything. Oh, I don't want to do this in scan. No, get out of here. Create an text document. Okay. All right, let's try to answer all the things. TCP port 6379 is what Redis is running on. Which service is running on the port that is open on the machine? It is Redis. What type of database is Redis? Choose from the following options: in memory or traditional. It's in memory. That's what makes it so fast. In memory. That's why it's used for caching too. Which command line utility is used to interact with the Redis server? It's Redis CLI. Which flag is used with the Redis command to specify the host name? It's -h. The ad has started. Ah, okay. Well, we almost speed ran it. Um, yeah, we can just let everybody know we are pausing for the ads. And I'll run some ads over on YouTube too. Cool. I'm gonna color in my coloring book while we're on on ad break. What's up, Motfu? Good to see you. Yeah, see, we'll go to start. I might not be. We might do like one more after this one, and then get out of here. We have an ad break. We'll be back in a minute and 25 seconds. But I break for the ads so that way I'm not doing anything important. I'm here for the coloring book. Let's grab a yellow. Yeah, so these are my hands. Yeah. Welcome in, Ghost Comrade. And the ads are over. We colored 2 U.S. states while that happened. Okay. Yeah, this is my mustache. This is pre-recorded coloring. No. Okay. We almost speed ran this. But here's the thing. Did the scan even finish? Yeah, the scan is still running. Wow. If we're not doing the tutorial boxes, we might look into like making our scans run faster or like being more precise about what we decide to scan. But yeah. See you later, Mofu. Well, the thing is, you don't have to learn how to code. You can, for what we're doing, doesn't require any coding. The only thing you have to know how to do is run commands in a terminal, which isn't coding, but it's still useful. Okay. Once connected to the Redis server, which command is used to obtain the information and statistics about the Redis server? Info. I'll take my notes here. So we use Redis CLI to connect. Info. Select. Keys. And then get key name. So these are just some common commands when we're in Redis to get access to the DB. These are almost like knowing the common SQL commands like select star from and select DB or like use DB, those kinds of things. What is the version of Redis server being used on the target machine? Exactly, CodeBrains. Exactly. We could probably find the Redis version in our info command. Yeah, 507 is the version. Which command is used to select the desired database? Use. Just use. Is it not use? Is it select? It is select. Okay. How many keys are present inside the database with index 0? 1, 2, 3, 4. Which command is used to obtain all the keys in the database? Keys star. And then the root flag, we got it. Is this? Nice. All right. My sound hasn't been enabled this whole time. I didn't know it was going to do that to us. And thank you, Calvin. Let's pull this into my notes. Yeah, we did it. We did it. All right. Let's create an in-map. Man, okay, so some potential in-map filters to speed up the scanning. Yeah, so we already did -p is all ports. Scan ports in consecutive order. Max rate. Min rate. Parallelism. 100 probes in parallel. I don't know what it does by default. Man, I'm misspelling so many things. Honestly, I think I just need to clean my keyboard. That's what I'm going to blame it on. I am not slowly declining cognitively. Maybe I am. I'm making a lot of typos these days. Here's the I think the scan would have stopped at this point because like the machine would have disconnected anyways. Yeah, we'll have to learn more about Nmap. I only know the basics so far. Let me close all this other stuff, and then we'll move on to the next challenge. Cool. So this next one is explosion. Oh, that's what happened earlier. Yeah, so earlier I guess I pressed something and it told me that it was like 25% done. Here we go. We will. We have to. We've reached our limit. Apparently, the rest of these are only for VIP. But that means I can move on to I can move on to tier 1 now. Great. You've pwned all the free tier 1 machines. You have unlocked tier 2. Time to hack VIP. No. Honestly, I mean, this is super fun. I think for anybody that's learning how to hack, it's going to be worth the monthly price. Like, I'm sure obviously there are other services you could try, and like there's ways to do this without paying for anything. But to have a guided way of doing it that includes lessons and like also the things here, these are known as checks for understanding. Like they are making sure that we're actually learning as we go. Like not everyone is going to be taking notes like I am, and so like having to put the answer in here also makes it so that people learn and retain this stuff. Yeah, as far as you know, so anything in the starting point is you're allowed to stream because these are like known things. You don't want to stream machines that are on active because people can gain points and reputation for hacking these machines, but you are allowed to stream the ones on retired because you no longer get like user points for hacking these, and then starting point I don't believe you get any points for, because this is all learning. Yeah. Yeah. And no worries, I'm hungry. We'll see you later. All right, we'll do one more of these. And in this case, we're learning about SQL injection. This is going to be fun. I'm curious if they're going to be running some kind of like web service that's vulnerable to injection, and then we send it a SQL command and it like dumps out some data, and then there's like a flag in the database. That would be fun. Probably. I mean, it does say that it has PHP on it, so exactly. Little Bobby tables. Let's pull up the Little Bobby tables comic while we wait. This is a classic example of SQL injection. They named their son Robert, quote, parentheses, semicolon, drop table students, semicolon, dash, dash. And this is essentially SQL injection, because if this command, well, if their system is vulnerable to SQL injection, it will actually run the command drop table students instead of it just being something in the database. So yeah. And what's up, Basic? I'm going to be live for probably another 20 or 30 minutes. And then the next stream will be on Friday. So if you check out the schedule, on Friday, we're doing Try Day Friday. Right now, we don't know what I'm going to be trying. Last week, we tried a thing called HTMX. And this week, it's probably either going to be Rust or .NET. We'll see, though. You'll get to vote on what we try on the beginning of the stream on Friday. Here we go. We've got a machine IP address. So we're gonna, I guess, should we start our scan, or should we just? I think we're gonna start the scan. What port does MySQL run on? Is it within the first 1,000? Let's do this. We don't want to scan all the ports. What's up, Codex? Happy New Year. 3306. I feel like Nmap would scan for it because it's common, right? Yeah, the break timer I used is called timeout. That's the one that I use. Okay. What does the acronym SQL stand for? Server Query Language. I know this. Oh no, did I get it wrong? What does SQL stand for? Structured Query Language. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Man. It's not SQL? All right. I apparently don't know things. What is the most common type of SQL vulnerability? SQL injection. And so demonstrated in this comic, a person names their kid this. Let's say you try to search by this. If your search box is vulnerable to injection, it's going to run the command instead of just having it as actually something that it's searching for. Yeah, I was just testing you. Exactly. What is the 2021 OWASP top 10 classification for this vulnerability? This is number 1. Isn't injection number 1 or number 2? But OWASP, if you haven't heard of it, is the Open Web Application Security Project. Cool. Yeah, we're still pausing for ads, but we have 45 minutes till the next ad. And every year they publish the top 10 vulnerabilities that everyone should be aware of and make sure that they fix and keep fixed in their application. But injection is a category. Oh, they renamed all the categories? Okay. Well. Is this document going to tell us what it is? 'Cause it is? It is. 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 It is Do they talk about OWASP in here? Oh, okay, so they stopped having a top 10 or yeah. No, I have a micro break every 10 minutes. So it's like every 10 minutes, it's going to tell me to take a 10-second break. That's just like take your hands off the keyboard. And then every hour, it says to take a 10-minute break. So yeah. Oh, I think we just have to look up the 2021 OWASP top 10. Injection A03:21 dash injection. Cool. What does Nmap report as the service and version that are running on port 80 of the target? All right, so we ran the just the default scan here. We found Apache is running on port 80. It didn't find MySQL though. The walkthrough that they give us tells us to use -sc. So this does a script scan using the default set of scripts. It's equivalent to script default. Some of the scripts in this category are considered intrusive and should not be run against a target network without permission. So apparently, if we want to find the SQL server that's running, we need to do this as well. Or other various things. But we at least know Apache is running. Is it just HTTPD? Oh, I see. This is the version that it wants. I think. Oh no, it wants the full thing with the Debian and everything. I see. Yeah. We'll get there. This. Okay. We learn with the -sc. So additionally, we'll need super user privileges to run the command with sc or sv. This is because script scanning and version detection are considered more intrusive methods of scanning the network. This results in a higher probability of getting caught by a perimeter security device on the target's network. Apparently, I was able to run it without sudo, though. Yeah, and so the scripts are how it's able to retrieve the HTTP server header and everything else. Okay. Explain shell? We'll look at it. I think it's going to say the same thing, though, right? Isn't it? Oh, it doesn't break down Nmap, though. Yeah. What is the standard port for the HTTPS protocol? 443, right? At least I know that. Yeah, sudo would have just been the command running on my own machine. You can't use anything like sudo unless you get remote SSH access or something like that. Okay, so since we know it's running on port 80, we should just try to access it. So we should literally just grab the IP and then open it in a web browser to see what we get. Oh, good point, Hugo Das. It could be that I'm literally running as the root user. I think that's the case. So if I just try to go to this in a web browser, because it's Apache and it's responding on port 80, we can literally get to the login page, which is great. We're faced with a login form. We can try to go to different pages. Now this is AppSec, yeah, because if they would have used secure coding practices, then potentially this would not have been vulnerable to SQL injection or anything else. Yeah, so this is just talking about how like nested paths might work. Okay. Are we going to do some like directory scanning? Yeah, with GoBuster. I learned about GoBuster this morning. So GoBuster is a tool written in Go that you can point at a web server and it will try a bunch of, well, not a bunch of, you can pass it a word list and it will try to make a request against various folders. And then if the requests are successful, it'll tell you, hey, these paths, not folders, paths, these paths exist on the server. So we already have GoBuster, and then we need to use it. And actually, I did this too. So seclists is a really popular GitHub repo with a bunch of word lists. So yeah, I already downloaded the this repo here. But basically, when you're doing this kind of scanning, you want like a list of possible things to try. So like, yeah, it took a long time to clone. But like, if you look at this repo, you can look in passwords, and then look at like common credentials, and then 10 million passwords top 100. So this file has the top 100 most commonly used passwords. And when you're attempting to get access to a system, you might want to try all these commonly used passwords. So you can use a tool, pass it this list, and it'll try using all of them. Specifically, we're going to have things for discovery and something like web content discovery. And this is going to have a list of like common paths. So like /login, /admin, etc. Wait, your password's in. Let's see. Do they have a Apache fuzz? Let's see. So yeah, these are things that are very, very commonly exist on an Apache server, and we can pass this list to GoBuster, and it's going to try to request every single one of these. So these are like username folders, and other various things. They're going to tell us which list we should use, because there are some other lists as well that have like commonly used paths, like admin or login or other stuff like that. So we already cloned that repo down. I have it on the virtual machine. In my home folder, I cloned it into this seclists directory. And so now we have all of this locally, so when we need to use one of those, we'll use it. So let's go. So this says we want to do GoBuster, target our server, and then we're going to pass the directory list 2.3 small. So here we go. We're going to do GoBuster, which we have. We want to list or try to request a bunch of different directories. Our URL is this URL. So we're essentially going to just try as many things in that word list against this HTTP server to see if there are any file paths that exist. And then if they do exist, we can go in further from there and see like what's on those pages or what do they have access to. And then we want a word list. And in this case, it's just going to be my home directory, seclists, and then is directory list at the root. Maybe we want, let's see. Where is that file? The directory list 2.3 small. Is it going to be in discovery? Yeah, so it's in discovery, web content. So discovery, web content, and then we want a directory list. 2.3 small. Go. And so now it's going to try. So it's going to look at that file. Every single option in that file, it's going to like request against the server to see if it exists. And then afterwards, it's going to tell us everything that it found. So if we look at that file, we can see all the things it's trying. So yeah, like /images, /download, /privacy, /keygen, /security. Like it's trying every single one of these. Let's see how long this list is. This list is 87,000 lines long. It's literally trying every single one of these to see if it exists on this server. This is taking a long time. I mean, we're only at 4%. That's small. Yeah, I'm just pressing tab, and that'll work on any command line terminal. What's the best way to protect an app from these kinds of traffic or hacking attempts? In this case, if we're doing blue team, if we're doing like defensive security, we would have probably on our load balancer or somewhere we would have a rate limiter. So a rate limiter prevents someone from requesting too quickly. And there's lots of strategies for like slowing down their requests. But if I was in control of this server, I would have it set up with a rate limiter. And there's no way somebody would be allowed to just spam 87,000 requests to it. At a certain point, we're like, hey, slow down there. Like you can have also like certain detections. Like if it detects a bunch of 404 requests coming from the same IP address, it's like, oh well, obviously they're scanning us. They're trying to do something, and so we can just block their IP address. And Solly, thank you for the tier 1. Appreciate you. So yeah, rate limiting is one way to do it. And then also, you could have a lot of this stuff could be behind authentication. So whatever this turns up in terms of whatever directories are available or whatever we can request, ideally the person that wrote the web application server should have made sure that those full paths were locked down. Yeah, and so that's another strategy to prevent someone from making too many requests is putting your app behind something that will like force a CAPTCHA. So for instance, Cloudflare is one way of doing this. If you've ever gone to a website and they're like, hey, complete this CAPTCHA first, they're essentially preventing these kinds of brute forcing on their servers because you have to first prove that you're a human and then you can get in. But then if it detects too much potentially malicious traffic, it'll ask you to do the CAPTCHA again. So that's a thing. But yeah, this is the point. If I was doing this professionally, this is where we would we'd go grab a coffee, take a walk. Yeah. I appreciate that, Mark. Has a threads flag. What? So how is the login page related to what's happening now? The login page is just what is available when we go to the root of this web server. That's it. But what this script is doing is it's trying to go to a bunch of different paths to see if they exist. Like the script is literally requesting /security, and if it doesn't get a 404, it makes a note of that. And then it's requesting /admin, and it makes a note of that. And then it requests, I don't know, PHP myadmin. And there's going to be ideally, there's going to be something that exists that we don't yet know about. And if it finds it, then from there, we can try to figure more stuff out. So whatever it finds, that's when we can start to poke and prod at it and see what that page can do. Yeah, and then fail to ban is like another defensive security thing. It automatically detects malicious traffic or brute forcing, and then can block IP addresses automatically. Yeah. Yeah, so we're not trying to log in. We're literally, right now, we're just literally trying to see what exists on this web server. And this is actually really funny. So in the apps that I build them with JavaScript and TypeScript. And so on the servers that I've configured, if someone tries to request a PHP file, I just instantly block them. Because I know they're running some automated tool that's like trying to see if PHP runs on the server. But my servers literally don't even run PHP. they're only running Node.js behind Nginx. So it's like the moment someone requests a PHP file, I was like, no, you're literally you're trying to scan me right now. So, um, yeah. It shouldn't be spamming progress. Oh yeah, I think it's because of the size of. I think my screen size is messes with things. So the tool I'm using is called GoBuster. Can you explain how you'd block an IP with Nginx? You wouldn't use Nginx. You would use like IP tables, which is running on Linux, which is running on the same system that Nginx is running on. Yeah, that's the other thing is like you could respond with something weird if they request PHP. Would you store their IP based on this and reject further requests? Yeah. So your rate limiter potentially would be storing blocked IP addresses in like a Redis database or even like a flat file. So it can keep track of all of the people that have attempted to make malicious requests, and then like it just stores that IP address and then never lets that IP address have access again. So yeah, you store it somehow. Again, there's a lot of ways to do it. Flat file, a database, and then from then on out, you block that IP address forever. Like you might also have a timeout on it. So like after a year, you unblock it because maybe that IP address got reassigned or something like that. But yeah. Do you know if it's possible that a service bans a dynamic IP and this IP is assigned to someone later, so the new IP owner suffers? Yeah, that's exactly what I was just talking about. So if they block it and they block it forever, even if that IP address is reassigned, the new person that got the IP is still blocked because they're not differentiating that. But if they have a timeout on it and they're like, all right, eventually we're going to allow this IP address, you can configure it. Yeah, so Codex is saying fail to ban lets you configure that says, like after a while, unblock that IP address because it could have been reassigned. Yeah. Not all IP addresses are rotated. Like some ISPs will assign static IP addresses to their end users. Like if, for instance, my ISP is CenturyLink, and if they gave me a static IP, I would just always have that same IP address. And so if that IP address got blocked, I just wouldn't be able to access the thing I was trying to access from my network. But I have a dynamic IP address. Anytime I reconnect to my ISP, they just assign me a new IP address. Yeah. No worries, Cape. I think it was very relevant. Relevant? It was relevant that I was talking about that like right when you were asking the question. So, all right, let's do a little more reading. I don't want to spoil anything because it spoils what's going to be detected. What'd you miss? We learned about GoBuster. So GoBuster is a tool that scans a web server to find directories, to find like unknown or unlisted directories. So right now we are running a GoBuster scan on a server we detected because we want to see what folders, what paths exist on that server. And then once we find something, we're going to go and inspect those pages and see if we can do anything further. So we're using GoBuster, and then in combination, we're using a repo called seclists. So this is a repo that has just a bunch of word lists that you can use in your scans. So they have, for instance, a directory on discovery, and then on web content. And then in here, here's a bunch of files that have like things in them. The one that we're using right now is directory list 2.3 small. And so this file contains a bunch of possible directory names. It's just a bunch of things. And right now, GoBuster is trying every single one of them, and it's going to tell us what it found and which ones actually showed up. But this repo just has a ton of different lists you can try when you're trying to fuzz a server like this. So yeah, seclists contains common word lists, and so yeah, so that's a great point. I didn't even mention that we're brute forcing right now. GoBuster is performing a brute force lookup of 86,000 or 87,000 possible directories. This is known as brute forcing because we're trying every possible thing. And then when it's done, we'll know what it found based on what was in that file. So yeah, this is a brute force check of paths on a web server. There are other types of brute force attacks. Like earlier when we found a server that had FTP running or found a server that had SMB running, we potentially could have ran a brute force login attempt where we use one of the lists that has like common users and passwords. So if you look in this repo, they have password lists, and then you can look at user pass combo. There's probably other ones too. Common credentials. 10,000 most common. Right now, I believe GoBuster is only trying a single level deep. It's not doing nested directories, I don't think. It's just trying the top level of everything that's listed in that file. I think if we wanted subdirectories, we'd have to create a combined word list, or there might be an option to tell it to do that. These are common Windows passwords. They have some files in here that are a combination of user : password, and you might use those in a brute force attempt on an FTP server or SMB, or even brute forcing SSH. But in all of the ones that we hacked earlier, they just were configured for a guest user or an anonymous user. So we didn't have to brute force it with passwords or usernames and passwords. Okay. What is a folder called in web application terminology? Directory? Cool. What is the HTTP response code given for not found? 404. GoBuster is one tool used to brute force directories. What switch do we use with GoBuster to specify we're looking to discover directories and not subdomains? Dir. What simple character can be used to comment out the rest of a line in MySQL? It's a quote. It's not a quote. Oh, dash dash. Dash. Maybe I don't know what I'm talking about. I tried dash. It didn't accept dash. I don't think Blazer Sand. I think it's potentially GoBuster is potentially optimized to. This is really unfortunate. I don't think it spit anything out because it was doing this progress thing. All right, maybe it does. I see. So each one that it found is like hidden in here. Man. All right. So it found /js /vendor /css /images. /vendor. So it found a few different directories, and then we're gonna try those next. Yeah, maybe they do want semicolon. So semicolon wouldn't comment out the rest of the line. It would terminate the line. Oh well, let's keep reading. So if our terminal wasn't messed up, it would have spit this out to tell us that images, CSS, JS, vendor, and fonts all exist. Since GoBuster didn't find anything useful, we need to check for any default credentials. Hey, these aren't useful? I would have wasted time looking at these. I see. After checking out the web directories, we found no helpful information. So that's one thing I would have done if I'm not following a tutorial is like, all right, let's go to /fonts. Okay, there's some fonts in here. All right. Are there any flags? We could look to see like, are there flags in these folders or anything like that? There's also vendor, which is just going to probably be like, yeah, various libraries, JavaScript libraries and CSS libraries. There's also JS, which is likely their own internal JavaScript. Yeah, like their main JavaScript file. Cool. But now it says we didn't find anything useful. So now it actually does want us to brute force. Now it wants us to try a bunch of username and password combinations to see if there are any user pass combinations that will work to get in. Yeah. So since GoBuster didn't find anything useful, we need to check for any default credentials or bypass the login page somehow. To check for default credentials, we could type in the most common combinations, such as, after attempting all those combinations, we have still failed to log in. We could hypothetically use a tool to attempt brute forcing. However, that would take much time and might trigger a security measure. The next sensible tactic would be to test the login form for possible SQL injection vulnerability. Cool. So it's kind of walking us through. Yeah, this is the true speed run. We just read it and it tells us what to do. Yeah, I mean, but it's walking through the process. Like if we were attempting to hack something that we knew nothing about, these are the steps that we would go through. All right, like try default username passwords, or like a known list or a word list. See what else is on the web server. But now they're at this point, they're saying we should try to do some SQL injection. So, let's not look at their guide and just figure out what are some common SQL injection things we can do. We can look on OWASP. Does it give us an example one? I guess, yeah, we could use, so there are tools that will, and maybe it'll have us do that. There are tools that will attempt a bunch of common SQL injection, but it might be as simple as like in the statement with a quote, semicolon, and then select star, and then it gives us back everything or something like that. Yeah, or 1 = 1. And so that just selects everything like this. Oh, not that. Did this just reveal a password in the box? What the heck is that about? Now I have to see, is that actually one of my passwords? What are you doing, Firefox? Yeah, I mean, I enabled two-factor auth, but it might be my hack the box password. You can't hear anything I'm saying. This almost seems like it's jQuery or something that's suggesting that value. Oh well. Yeah, I know you can't see it. I just don't want it to suggest that. Okay. We're back. I am going to attempt the most common SQL injection right here and just see what happens. Oh. Nothing happens. I think that's a good point, Hugo. I'll do that. Firefox doesn't care. Firefox doesn't care at all. I don't know what that value is. It is not my password, though. Okay. Let's just keep reading their article. They're going to tell us what to do. Yeah, so for example, if we're inserting the password right here and it was vulnerable to SQL injection, let's see. Okay, yeah, just pressing delete got rid of them. But take for instance this common thing right here. If they were to take our username and just plug it in here, and we were using that value, it would say where username is empty string, or 1 equals 1. So this would be just like select all users in the database. And then the end of this just comments out the rest of the line. So that would comment out and password, and that would just give us all users in the database. Yeah. Welcome in, Conda. Good to see you. So, it's saying everything after. Oh, I see. Well, no, it's saying the hash is a command, but that's actually a comment in PHP. Oh, yeah, okay. I read it as command. Notice how everything after that turns into a comment. This code above is vulnerable to SQL injection attacks, where you can modify the query through the login form from another form on the web page to make the query do something else. Therefore, we can manipulate the query command by inputting the following. So admin : hash. And that would just be where username equals that, and then it would comment out the rest of the line. But that's like PHP code injection. That's not SQL injection. Right though? Like that's why it's weird to me, is like we are also look at the network traffic, see what happens. We got in. But that's why. So basically this, and this is the other thing to think about. Right now, we have no access to the source code that's running this web page, right? We don't know that it was actually written in a bad way. We're just trying it to see if it would work, and it turns out that it was written in a bad way. But that's doesn't make sense to me. I guess I'm not as familiar with how PHP works here, but I guess because it's raw SQL, the hash is getting inserted there. I mean, would it work with the dash as well? I'm actually curious. Like if we did this, would this work? Hmm. Oh, I see. Yeah. So, in this case, it's allowing us to log in as the admin user. That's ultimately what's happening, because they set all of this up. That's why it's showing us the flag. It's like, yeah, the actual outcome is you're in. You're into the system now. In our case, the outcome is, okay, you got in, and then because this was set up as a machine that you could hack, they tell you what the flag is. Yeah. But in the real world, now we would be literally in the dashboard logged in as an admin, and we would have access to the system. We could like list the users or anything else that an admin can do in this web system. Yeah. Yeah, this still Still doesn't make sense to me. I think it comes down to I'm not understanding how PHP is doing this. Because the hash is a comment in PHP. It's not a comment in SQL. Yeah. Oh well, we found the flag. So in this case, it's asking hash. Oh, I see what you're saying, Codex. Is like maybe it's not actually fully vulnerable to SQL injection. Maybe they are literally just looking for that input. Maybe it is bloated knickknack. If user input is not handled carefully, it could be interpreted as a comment. Use a comment to log in as admin without knowing the password. What is the first word in the web page returned? Oh, it is congratulations. Yeah. And then the root flag is that. We did it. Pwned. This has been fun. Let me update my notes for anything else. Okay. So yeah, we use secless, and then for SQL injection, we did admin this. Everything after the gets ignored. Basically, you're writing a string in PHP, not SQL. It is not a SQL command until executed. I guess that's what I'm saying, because like in the node.js world, if we had similar code, it wouldn't be like you're commenting out node.js code. It would be like you're putting that comment into a SQL command. Hash is a MySQL comment? That's why I was trying the dash dash. Dash dash is typically a comment in SQL. Maybe that's my disconnect, is hash is in this SQL environment, hash is the is for comments. So MySQL comment. Yeah, see, it's dash dash. Do they also use hash? Yeah, so I guess just to clarify, and let me actually write this out. If I'm understanding this correctly, I don't think it works at the beginning of the line. Because you can even look at their description. Like they're here. They're saying, notice how after the hash, everything gets turned into a comment. That's PHP. PHP is the thing that has hash as a comment. Not MySQL. So some use it as a comment. I see, but wouldn't they still allow dash dash as the comment? But let me show you what I'm talking about specifically. Like here, this is what I mean. For this to actually work as they're saying, yeah, it's probably just contrived. You're totally right, but the fact that I couldn't do it without the guide makes me really mad. It's like I kind of know what I'm doing, but here's what I'm saying. So if username came in as admin, like this, that's a PHP comment, right? But PHP, but when you actually evaluate this, PHP is not going to evaluate it as a comment when it's run here, because this is a string. So it actually would have been, like, username would have been admin : hash, but this would have been escaped. How do you escape it? It wouldn't be escaped. It would be the value of the variable. Unless hash is how you do a comment in MySQL. They close the string but that's what I'm saying, is like this would only work if they were doing like an eval. Right? If they evaled the line, which would then evaluate it as a comment. You know what I mean? This is kind of what I'm getting. I don't. Maybe I'm wrong. Because that's really weird to me. If this code running in PHP will actually evaluate that as PHP code. CodeBrains said they linked something. Cool. But that's what I'm also mad about is even if this is a comment in MySQL, the dash dash should have worked as well, but it didn't. Oh well. Oh well. I mean, I shouldn't care as much. Okay, so the double dash requires the second dash to be followed by at least one whitespace character or control character. So if I would have put a space, then that would have, maybe that's why it didn't work. Well, I know PHP isn't node, but I know that it works in a similar way. Like PHP isn't just going to evaluate your string variables as actual PHP code. I think if that's the case, Julian, if this is what we're getting at, then yes, that's like a command injection vulnerability, and then we could have written any valid PHP code. I think that's a great thing to point out. Is like, yes, if that's the case, we could have done that. But I think ultimately it's not the case. I think ultimately hash is how you do a comment, and then my dash dash wasn't working because I didn't have a space after it, or this is a contrived example where it's not actually vulnerable and it's expecting you to do hash and not dash dash. Yeah, and that's what I was trying to get at, Rhinos, is like the way PHP would execute it is like it's still just a string. I think I would have to do like colon space dash dash space. I don't know. I guess you probably stop worrying about it. I'm curious though. We're gonna do it. We're gonna relaunch it and then try it with a space after the dash dash. If the space after the dash dash doesn't work, this is a contrived example, and they are expecting it specifically to be that. Because like I said, if it was written this way and we want to turn it into admin, this is what we were trying to do, right? Because that would comment the rest out. This is what we had to do, which comments the rest of the line. Also, I don't know if it has to end with a semicolon. I think here's the other thing to try is like technically it should work with the semicolon too. If it doesn't work with the semicolon, then we know it's just a contrived example. 129.11. It's a new IP address. One zero 129.189.250. Oh, not HTTPS, just HTTP. Okay. If this works, it works. Okay. I think all that means is I need to do dash dash space. Okay. I think I'm validated, and I think the walkthrough is a little bit confusing, because here it says, notice how everything after the symbol turns into a comment. They're talking about MySQL comments, which they have not demonstrated in the code that we're looking at. I'm not insane. I'm not insane. Yeah. So now the like the Bobby tables example should work. Like, I guess the other thing is, we could log in as any user if we did. I would say the PDF is it's all right, but I think it's confusing because it doesn't distinguish between PHP comments and SQL comments. That's my main gripe. But this should also work if we do something like that, semicolon, or that, or 1 equals 1, semicolon, that. Now this will log in as any user in the system. Unless they have it set up so you have to be the admin user. I think they do. Yeah. In their scenario, you have to end up as the admin user to even get logged in. Like they might have multiple users, and so if you do like or 1 equals 1, then you're getting some other user that isn't the admin user. Oh, the code checks if it only returns 1 record? I see. So we couldn't select all users in the system. It has to be the admin user. Wait. That just worked. What did I type? I typed this and it worked. Or 1 equals 1. Yeah, this one works too. So we don't even need a user. We don't even need a user. I was missing the space at the end before. I guess that was it. Okay, I'm validated. I think my main issue is I was missing the space after the dash dash. And if anyone at Hack the Box is listening, I do think this tutorial needs a slight update because this is kind of referring to PHP comments, which isn't the same thing as MySQL comments, which is why we would use the hash. Okay. Still, that was fun though. We did it. All right, I'm gonna get out of here. I think, are we even? Yeah, we're pretty close to an ad break anyway, so I'm just gonna get out of here. Thanks everyone for hanging out. Oh no, we're on an ad break. Nobody told me. I'll wait for the ad break to end before I officially leave. You did? I'm sorry, I didn't see Murdoch. Yeah, if there's just one user in the DB, then the code would work. This was fun. I like this stuff. It's gonna be fun when I get to a point where I can do the machines that don't have walkthroughs, right? So when I've learned all of the tools, and then we can just be given an IP address and figure it out. We can no walkthrough. All we have is an IP address, and we get in and we get the flags. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Bloated Knickknack, and everyone else. I appreciate you all for being here too. It's been fun. It's fun. Well, yeah, I mean, this would be cool to do as well, right? So this is pen testing. What if we do some reverse engineering next week? Or I have been wanting to look at I actually did look at Juice Shop, which is a vulnerable web app. And thank you, Bloated Knickknack. Thank you for the prime. I should stop talking though. We're still on a break. 3, 2, 1. Welcome back, everyone. Ad has ended. So, again, everyone's thanking me. This was super fun. I appreciate everybody for hanging out. We're going to do something security related next Wednesday as well. Somebody mentioned we should try doing like buggy C code. It would be fun to do some like reverse engineering or something like that. And there's also this thing called Juice Shop, which I was trying out this morning. But I ran into issues even trying to get it to run. Eventually, I ran it inside of Docker. But Juice Shop is a web app you can run locally that has a bunch of vulnerabilities in it. And they have all the vulnerabilities listed out that you can complete as challenges, but it all runs locally. You don't have to go to a service or a website or anything like that. And then another one that I've looked at before is a thing called NodeGoat. The reason I liked NodeGoat is because the idea with NodeGoat is you have a Node.js code base, and then it has vulnerabilities in it with comments on like how to fix those vulnerabilities. So if we look at the entry point, yeah, this thing is vulnerable to sensitive data exposure. And it says uncomment this code to fix it. Or it says this is misconfigured, uncomment this and you'll fix the server. So this is interesting because you actually get practice in a real world Node.js app fixing some common vulnerabilities. So yeah, we'll do something like that eventually. Tune in on Friday. So if you check the schedule, we'll be live on Friday for Try Day Friday, where at the beginning of stream, we'll get a bunch of suggestions and then we'll vote on what I will do or learn or try to do on Friday. So this last Friday, we tried HTMX, which is a front-end library that makes it so you don't have to write any JavaScript. That's what we did last week. This week, don't know. Probably either going to be Rust or .NET because that seems pretty popular. But if you show up at the beginning of stream on Friday, you'll get to vote on what we try. I think there are, Julian. I think if you look at OWASP, they probably have like a vulnerable PHP app or other things like that, so you can learn as well. What is sensitive data exposure? Yeah, just exposing sensitive data. So like being able to get or access data without being logged in or anything else like that. No, I think so. With HTMX, it comes down to, do you want to do things server rendered, which I almost never want to do. But if I did, HTMX seems fine. But that's the other question is like, do you even want to do server rendering? And that's a different question than is HTMX good or should you use HTMX? Brooks, I have to go. I'm literally about to leave. But thank you for the raid, Brooks. I mean, I guess it's good you raided me because I would have just raided you if I saw you were live when leaving. But yeah, shouts out to our good friend Brooks. What were you working on? Coding game fall challenge in Rust. Heck yeah. Oh, I appreciate that, RVN. I too am friends with anybody that wants to render things in any way they want. I'm not gonna stop you from building things the way you want to build them. I'm not that kind of person. But welcome in, Raiders. Today we were doing Hack the Box. We actually did. We've been doing their what do they call this? The starting point path, where they have a bunch of things you can use to learn about hacking. And so today we learned about InMap, which is a tool, a command line tool you can use to scan a target machine to see what ports are open. We found a machine that had telnet misconfigured, and then we were able to log in with the root user and just access the machine that way. We did a challenge where the target was running FTP and they allowed anonymous login. We did another challenge where the target was running SMB, which is another protocol for file transfer, and it was also misconfigured, and it allowed us to just log in as a guest user, and then we got access to their files. And then we did another one that had a misconfigured Redis server where we could log in with no username and password. We just got in and we were able to look at all the data in the database. And the last one we just did was vulnerable to SQL injection. The walkthrough that it gave us actually walked us through using a few different tools. So GoBuster is a tool that can do scanning of a web server, and you give it a word list. So we gave it a list of a bunch of directories. It scanned to see what directories existed, didn't turn up anything useful. And ultimately, we figured out that the homepage of this web server that was running was actually vulnerable to SQL injection. So next week that could be another fun thing, is just like set up a local network of things to try and hack. But I'm going to push all of these notes up to my GitHub. If you go to coding.garden or if you go to github.com/codinggarden, I'm going to create a repo called Learning to Hack with all of my notes as I do this stuff. And this has been fun. In the future, we're going to try to hack things that don't have a walkthrough on them, but it is fun to learn about all the base tools and everything. But yeah, hopefully you're okay with me raiding out, Brooks. We're gonna go raid somebody else because I gotta get out of here. But again, check the schedule. I'll be live on Friday for Try Day Friday. Follow me over on YouTube. I have a few recent videos I uploaded that you might be interested in. Follow me on Twitter. Check out coding.garden because it has all my other stuff. I've been uploading some TikToks as well. And yeah, good vibes all around. Appreciate you all. We'll see you on Friday. And in the meantime, also join the Discord if you want to chat or if you have code questions or anything like that. Let's go on a raid. If you're a sub, you can use that raid message. If you're not a sub, you can use this raid message. And if you're watching over on YouTube, head over to Twitch, twitch.tv/codinggarden. In roughly a minute or two, we're going to go raid some other channel that's live, and you can join us with that. Maybe I will, Hugo. I haven't considered that yet, but yeah, I think that'd be good. We can chat about stuff over there. All right, let's get out of here. Again, thanks everyone for tuning in. This was super fun. We're going to do it again next Wednesday. And wherever you are in the world, have a wonderful morning, afternoon, evening, or night. And until next time, here's this.